Last week, Ernie Irvin's impressive Sears Point performance helped keep GM's string alive as he took his Kodak Gold to victory in California's Valley of the Moon. What has already been a colorful season has begun to see its dark side once again, as an unusually silent force has begun to cast his shadow over NASCAR's Winston Cup points race. It began without fanfare. Many said the Intimidator was now the intimidated. The Dominator was now the dominated. Had the Flying Aces finally been grounded? While the king of stock car racing continues to wave goodbye, leaving his legacy of 7 Winston Cup championships behind, would this man be able to move one step closer to that seemingly untouchable task? Not this year, many thought, but in a quiet manner. So in contrast to the man they call Ironhead, it began to happen. At first it went unnoticed, then a nervousness fell over the garage area as the black number 3 began to slash his way through the point standings in a quiet, methodical manner. Then without warning, at a time of the year when he's been most vulnerable, he drew his first blood with a Charlotte victory, and since has silently stayed within the reach of his prey. There's a very black picture being painted as the quest for the Cup continues. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. Today, live from Pocano International Raceway in Pennsylvania, it's the Champion Spark Plug 500. Well, we were plagued with rain on 2 occasions last year here at Pocano, but not today. Bright sunshiny skies, warm temperatures, and a little bit of humidity. It's perfect for race day. Taking a look at the quest for the Cup standings as we enter this event, they are the tightest that they have been in several years. The top 5 are separated by only 83 points. Dale Earnhardt is only 28 points away in 2nd position. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Jenkins, and welcome to Pocano. We're about to start the 13th race of the 1992 Winston Cup season, and the man on the move, in terms of points at least, is Dale Earnhardt. Now, take a look at this graphic showing his points position after the first few races. And notice, after Rockingham, he was 13th in the point standings. But take a look at this. Beginning at North Wilkesboro, he began a climb from 8th position and now finds himself just 28 points back in 2nd. Now, a couple of guys considered front runners have had their problems here in the qualifying and in the practices. And for more on that, here's Ned and Benny.
Thanks, Bob. Well, Ned, Davey Allison, our Winston Cup point leader, he hasn't had a very good weekend so far. Friday, he qualified 2nd. In a post-qualifying inspection, they found his car a little bit too low. They threw that speed out. He had to come back Saturday and qualify, and now he starts 18th. He came here wanting to shift, which has become the rage the last couple of years. He had trouble with those transmissions. He's now back to a conventional transmission. He's also had 2 engines in the car trying to find some speed. But durability, what David's looking for. He's got to finish.
Yeah, he needs to finish to maintain the point lead. You know, the Kodak Gold didn't shine too bright for Ernie Irvin here on Friday as well. He had engine problems, didn't get to qualify. He qualified 2nd round fastest on Saturday, which will start him in 16th position. But as you well know, this is a tough racetrack to pass on, so he and Davey and anybody else back there is going to have a tough time coming up through the field. He had some transmission problems yesterday, too, so they've gone back to a transmission where they will not be shifting gears, and that is something relatively new, especially on an oval track. This is the only track on the circuit where some of the drivers will be shifting gears during the race on the straightaway here. Well, the fellow who sat on the pole had an awfully good lap. Don't know if he'll shift gears or not. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
Thank you, Ned, and hello, everyone. He will not shift gears today, but you know something has happened to the Hendrick Motorsports team. They have owned the front row the past 2 weeks here in the entire month of June. Ricky Rudd last week at Sears Point, and today Kenny Schrader at Pocano International Raceway. I asked Schrader, why? What's been the difference? He said, well, yeah, there was a comment made about our operation about being something like a mediocre race team. We wanted to prove to everyone in Winston Cup racing and everyone around America we are not mediocre. In fact, next year there'll be 3 of us, with young Jeff Gordon joining it, and it is yet unnamed sponsor for his Chevrolet. So next year there'll be 3 of us trying to sit on the pole every single week. You talk about courage. 9 days from today, that man you're looking at right now will be on an operating room table having his neck worked on a herniated disc. Now, he told me I will not miss a lap of racing. I will be in that car when it comes Pepsi 400 time at Daytona. Looking for a win today, Ken Schrader. For more on the front row, let's go to John Kernan.
Jerry, I tell you what, it's been so long since the Wood brothers have put a car on the front row that Eddie Wood says, hey, I cannot remember when the last time was. He says it may have been at Charlotte with Kyle Petty about 5 or 6 years ago. That's given them reason to be optimistic. Another reason that they are optimistic, this is Morgan's favorite car. They feel that they should have won the Dover race had a lug nut not gotten stuck during a pit stop late in that event. Speaking of favorite cars, Darrell Waltrip is in one of his favorites. In fact, he won this race last year with the car that he strapped into. Darrell starting 24th. He says not to worry, though, Bob. This car can run well anywhere on the racetrack, especially in race traffic.
All right, thank you, John. Well, Waltrip looking for his 4th win here at Pocano, and Morgan Shepherd for his very first victory at this Tri-Oval at Pocano, Pennsylvania. We're standing by for the Champion Sparkplug 500. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Champion Spark Plugs, the world's #1 selling spark plug, no matter what you drive. By Valvoline, people who know use Valvoline. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? 40 cars pull onto the racetrack. We'll introduce the starting lineup to you in just a moment when we come back. The Gillette Halfway Challenge contest is coming up in today's race. The driver leading at the halfway lap will win $10,000, and a fan at home will have a chance to win a beautiful Chevrolet Lumina Z34. If you've entered the contest for this race, your entry is selected and you're called at home. You must name the driver who won the Gillette Halfway Challenge $10,000 award to win the Chevrolet Lumina Z34. If you want to enter the contest at the Miller Genuine Draft race coming up, all you have to do is submit a postcard. Gillette Halfway Challenge, Post Office Box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida 33731 2246. You must be 18 years of age or older to enter, and we must receive your entry by Saturday, June the 20th to be eligible for the Gillette Halfway Challenge. Let's take a look now at the die-hard starting lineup for today's race. The pole sitter with a new track record, his first pole in nearly 2 years, Ken Schrader in the Kodiak Chevrolet. On the outside of the front row, the runner-up in the Daytona 500, Morgan Shepherd in the Citgo Ford. Row number 2, Bill Elliott, a 4-time winner here at Pocano in the Budweiser Ford. And alongside will be Mark Martin, the winner earlier this year at Martinsville in the Valvoline Ford. Row number 3, the mellow yellow Pontiac, driven by Kyle Petty. He has 8 top 10 efforts at this track. Outside of row number 3, the winner at Bristol in April, Alan Kowicki in the Hooters Ford. The 4th row, the Interstate Batteries car, driven by Dale Jarrett. His best start in a super speedway this year, and Brett Bodine alongside in the Quaker State Ford. The 5th row, Ricky Rudd in the Tide Chevrolet. Outside of that row in 10th starting position, Rusty Wallace in the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Row number 6, Hut Strickland finished 4th here last July alongside Terry Labonte in the Sunoco car. He's had more top 10 finishes this year than any other driver. The 7th row, Wally Dallenbach Jr. in the Keystone Ford, making his first start here at Pocano, and Derek Cope in the Purelator, former winner of the Daytona 500. Row number 8 has Michael Waltrip and Ernie Irvin. Then Dale Earnhardt and Davey Allison. The 10th row, Sterling Marlin and Dick Trickle. Going back to row number 11, it's Richard Petty and Ted Musgrave. Jimmy Hensley and Darrell Waltrip start in the 12th row. And as you take a look at the rest of the starting lineup, you can see that cars are on the track for their second warm-up lap. We'll be ready to go here at Pocano in just a few moments.
Well, Bob, we saw Harry Gant starting pretty far back in this field. He's former winner here at this racetrack. Don't look for him to stay back there too long.
And let's take a look at this uniquely configured racetrack. We called it a tri-oval, but really it's more of a triangle. The pole speed 162.165, time 55.499 seconds. Will go 200 laps, and the field separated by 8.4 seconds. Now there you can see the arrangement of the racetrack. The pit area is here on the main straightaway, which is 3,740 feet in length. There's the trouble spot. It's the so-called tunnel turn, which is 8 degrees of banking. Turn number 1 is the steepest bank turn. It is 14 degrees, 675 feet of radius. Turn number 2 is only 8 degrees of banking, 750 feet of radius. And then turn number 3 is the flattest. It's 6 degrees of banking and 800-foot radius. All in all, a very challenging racetrack here at Pocano. Here's one of our in-car cameras, the Phillips 66 in-car camera, being carried by Jimmy Hensley. And Derek Cope will be carrying the roof cam for us as we get set for 200 laps of racing in the Champion Sparkplug 500. They come off of turn number 3 and down 3,740 feet of racetrack on the main straightaway, looking for green, and they get it. We're underway.
So far, so good. Schrader out to about a 10-car length advantage, and meanwhile, Morgan Shepherd and Mark Martin side by side, 3 abreast down the back straightaway. Earnhardt on the inside.
Davey Allison is on the outside, and Wally Dalleback Jr. is in the middle. Davey Allison definitely on the move. There are your first 2 in terms of Winston Cup points. Davey Allison and Dale Earnhardt.
I'll tell you, that's one turn you didn't want to go through their side. Certainly not 3 abreast, but they did make it, a couple of them 2 abreast.
You can see the tremendous lead that Ken Schrader has built up already. The great battle is for second position. They come off of corner number 3, and Fred Bodine will go to the inside to make it 3 wide as Mark Martin takes second. Then comes Morgan Shepherd. Bill Elliott and Fred Bodine are side by side as they enter turn 1.
Drafting really plays a big part on this long straightaway here, Bob. That's the reason they get out and try to draft another car. You see Brett Bodine, Dale Jarrett was right behind him. Shepherd up on the high side of the racetrack there, beginning to go back a little bit.
Bill Elliott lost about 5 spots in that shuffle down the front straightaway.
Boy, Ken Schrader has opened up a nice size advantage. The battle is behind him, and the interval between first and second already over 1 second into the tunnel turn once again. Rusty Wallace and Ernie Irvin there at the end of this pack as they come off the second corner and head down 1,780 feet of racetrack, leading to turn number 3.
Morgan Shepherd, Dale Jarrett went through the tunnel corner side by side, and that's tough.
Yeah, it really is. There was a lot of give and take there as they went through that turn. I think Morgan felt comfortable out there that Dale would get in the racing room, and he did. And coming through 3 side by side, now they go down the straightaway. They're going to need a little bit of help here. Who's going to come up and help the other? Now, you've got a Ford behind the Ford and a Chevrolet behind the Chevrolet. It looked like the Chevrolet might win the battle going into turn 1.
This is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and on back. Dale Jarrett and Morgan Shepherd go through the corner side by side, and so do Ricky Rudd and Bill Elliott. Shepherd gets a little wide and loses 2 spots.
I think he's going to lose 3 spots because here comes Elliott. Yes, he does lose that. Now Kowicki's on the inside trying to take the spot away, and Kyle Petty trying to draft off Kowicki. So Morgan, that little slip up in the corner is going to cost him dearly.
Yeah, he needs to get to the inside of the racetrack if he possibly can. Here comes Ernie Irvin. He's trying to move on the inside as we look out the windshield of Derek Coates' Purolator Chevrolet.
Ernie Irvin qualified 16th. Morgan Shepherd on the outside pole. So Ernie already gaining considerable ground.
This is a great shot from the roof cam of Derek Coates' Purolator Chevy, the 10th place right now, right behind Ernie Irvin, crossing under the starter stand, completing another lap and headed for turn number 1. Drivers have described going into turn number 1 after that long straightaway like driving into a brick wall and then falling off the edge of the cliff.
Here's Earnhardt on the move, going around Rusty Wallace.
Rusty Wallace qualified in the 10th spot. Earnhardt back in 17th. So again, Earnhardt is on the move. There's Davey Allison. He qualified 18th. So another car on the move. And Davey Allison again not shifted. Neither is Earnhardt. They took their transmission out this morning and decided he would not shift.
Now, folks, when we talk about shifting, that is unusual on an oval track. And most of them are only shifting twice. Now, those that have the gears in it, they'll shift into 4th gear as they come off of turn 3 and get about halfway down the front straightaway. And then when they go into turn 1, they'll shift down into 3rd and stay in 3rd all the way till they get back on the straightaway once again. The only exception to that is Morgan Shepherd. He said that he was going to shift into 4th, going from turn 1 over to turn 2, and then back down into turn 3, going to turn 2. So he's changing 4 times a lap.
Davey Allison going to the inside with Dale Earnhardt hooked right on his bumper, and they pass Derek Cope, and so Davey now moves into 11th position. Here comes Earnhardt to 12th, and Derek Cope back to 13th.
Top of Derek Cope's car, looking at Davey Allison going in the tunnel corner. They brake, off the gas, now back on the gas, the accelerator.
There's Rusty now coming on the inside of Derek Cope. And look at Sterling Marlin. He was fast in practice yesterday, fellas. And look at that Ford go right around Rusty and the 10 car all at once.
Oh, he came off that second corner and got a real bite and picked up a couple of positions.
Now, Sterling Marlin said he was one of those that is not shifting gears. He's got a gear in, he's just leaving in fourth gear all the way.
Kyle Petty, also Morgan Shepherd and Ernie Irvin passed by Alan Kowicki, who got hung out on the outside there in turn number 1. And let's go down to John Kernan, who has a comment on Ernie Irvin.
Bob, they're tracking the progress that Ernie is making versus Ken Schrader, the leader. Of course, Ernie running in traffic, but the last lap by, he was 0.3 of a second faster than Schrader. So Ernie is definitely one of the cars on the move.
He sure is, and is sneaking up on Morgan Shepherd now and looking to take that position away from Morgan. In between the second and third corners, and can't quite get the job done going into turn number 3.
Now, we mentioned that he was the second round fastest qualifier, Ernie Irvin, which started him in 16th position. But actually, overall, he was, I think, about the 5th fastest qualifier. And, of course, it was 2 different days, so conditions were a little bit different. Who knows what he might have done if he'd been able to qualify on Friday when he had an engine problem.
That more than a second lead by Ken Schrader has definitely diminished, and now Mark Martin is within a couple of car lengths. Back in a moment. Yeah, really. And Dale's pick.
Is Dale shifting then?
Yeah.
I'd say the first 5 cars are shifting.
No, Schrader is not.
He's not?
Yeah, that's what Jerry
They
said.
told me he did Friday.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay, 5 cars coming.
What did Jerry say in Schrader stand up?
He said he was not shifting.
Not shifting.
Okay.
Ricky Rudd is the one that's coming.
Welcome back to Pocano International Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Live coverage here on ESPN this Sunday afternoon of the Champion Spark Plug 500. Ken Schrader in the Kodiak Chevy car number 25 is your leader. Right behind him now is Mark Martin in the Valvoline Ford car number 6.
Schrader's backing up to the field. Not only has Mark Martin caught him, but right behind Martin is Brett Bodine and Ricky Rudd. So Schrader a little bit not quite as fast as he was those first few laps. First couple of laps.
Boy, he did sprint out there in a hurry at the beginning. Now they're coming in traffic.
Ooh, they go right between the 62 of Mark Thompson.
Yeah, if Mark Martin can make this pass on the outside, I will be impressed. No, he decided to back off and follow through this flat third corner. And, I mean, guys, you got to come through there single file. There's just no way in the world you can run 2 abreast through that corner. And Mark goes on the inside, tries to take the position away. You see him drop it in high gear. See Mark Martin drop it in high gear. When he did that, Schrader pulled away about a car length.
Meanwhile, while they battle for the lead, just behind Mark Martin, as you said, Benny, is the number 26 car of Brett Bodine, and right behind him is Ricky Rudd. There they are.
I would think that Mark Martin would probably have an advantage off the tunnel corner going into turn 3 on the front car. If Schrader's not shifting and Mark is, he would have a little bit more gear ratio coming off this corner than Schrader. He pulls over, but he can't gain enough to get on the inside of Schrader.
Nope.
This is the fourth time that Ken Schrader has led a Winston Cup race this year. Handling and horsepower, very important on this racetrack, and it looks like that Mark Martin is going to get the advantage as they come off of turn 3. He pulls alongside at the line. Let's see what happens as they go to turn number 1. Martin may be taking the lead away from Ken Schrader, but Schrader will not relinquish it. And he hangs on to the lead into turn number 1, but now Mark looks like is going to pull ahead as he has the lower line.
Well, that low groove around this racetrack, all these three corners, you want to be on the inside of the racetrack, on the very bottom. That is the preferred line, and almost the corner the line you almost have to take through these corners.
Brett Bodine sneaks in on the rear bumper of Ken Schrader, and now Ricky Rudd is right there in 4th position. We mentioned how both handling and horsepower are very, very important at this racetrack. We asked Ken Schrader, which is more important?
Horsepower here, you can't out-handle enough if you're really down on horsepower. You know, you get long those straightaways here, and you got to make some power. But 3 turns, if you can't carry that momentum through those turns, power won't do you any good.
Well, Schrader got out-powered coming off of turn 3 last lap. Now he's going to rely on handling, perhaps, taking the low line into 1 and trying to get the lead back from Mark Martin, but he cannot do it. A great 4-car battle here in the early going.
Meanwhile, as we watch this great battle for the lead, the 3-car Dale Earnhardt is off the pace a little bit. We're going to check on that, but we have got a great battle for the lead.
They are running like they're hooked together with a chain, coming off the tunnel turn now. And Jerry Punch has a report from Dale Earnhardt's pit.
Well, Dale Earnhardt certainly trying to make his move early on, and one of the comments we might mention is one of the guests in the Earnhardt pit today, a very special guest, a fellow by the name of William Shatner, or alias Captain Kirk from the Starship Enterprise, and appearing here at the Bucks County Playhouse, Pocano Playhouse in Love Letters. And I want to call you Captain Kirk, but
you can call me Captain Kirk if you can hear me. This is my first race, and I can understand why it's the fastest growing sport in the country. I'm at the Bucks County Playhouse preparing a play based on my book, Believe, which is out the book stands right now, which is exciting enough, but this is more exciting than anything.
Well, I know the Starship Enterprise is pretty sophisticated, but these cars are pretty sophisticated as well.
Sophisticated in every way, but I mean the excitement here. I'm loaded with radios and receivers. I'm ready to get anything, and the excitement in the air is just tangible.
Can you beam Earnhardt to the front of the pack?
I wish I could.
Captain Kirk here, alias William Shatner, trying to captain the Starship Goodwrench here at Pocano, guys.
All right, 4 cars up front, and Ned Earnhardt has fallen several positions in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, he's dropped from 11th to 21st spot. He has dropped 10 positions in the last several laps.
Brett Bodine looking for 2nd position into turn number 1. Rudd is right behind him, and Ken Schrader falls from the lead to 4th position in about 3 laps. John Curtin has a report on pit road.
Bob, Brett Bodine doing an amazing job, considering that last week at Sears Point he severely burned his right heel. Earlier in the week they went and tested at Watkins Glen. It was a 3rd-degree burn. They broke open the blister. He was hobbling around all weekend. Spoke with him this morning. He said, hey, it's feeling better. When I get in that race car and it's running as well as it did in that last practice session, I won't even notice it. It doesn't look like he's noticing the pain right now.
Not at all. He has moved the Quaker State Ford to 2nd position, but he's being challenged for that position by Rudd.
And Martin beginning to pull away just a little bit. Schrader now has dropped back to the 4th position.
And Jerry Punch is now with Richard Childress. Perhaps we can get an indication of what's wrong with Dale Earnhardt.
Bob, they are not smiling here at all in the Goodwrench pits. As the car came by a minute ago, RC, it didn't sound very good.
Yeah, we've lost the cylinder. We just aren't going to try to stay out. See if we get a chance to take a look at it and see what it is.
Dale Earnhardt on 7 cylinders. Remember, he had climbed all the way to 2nd place in the point standings. This could be devastating to their efforts for another championship, guys.
Just when Dale Earnhardt thought he might be turning his season around and headed into a contention for the Winston Cup points lead, things go wrong here in the first 14 laps of this 200-lap race at Pocano, and he has fallen way off the pace. And another car, this is the number 9 car of Chad Little, also showing some smoke down the backstretch.
A couple of cars have already gone to the garage. James Hilton has taken his car or he's coming into the pits right now. Jerry Hill is in the garage, and so is Mark Thompson. Let's go to the pits and John Kerner.
Well, it has to be very disappointing for Chad Little. He's in that car for sure again next week at Michigan. After that, he does not know. In fact, the car owner that he is going to go with next year to form a new team, Redskins quarterback Mark Rippon, is going to Michigan next week to meet with Harry Melling. They might try and work out a deal next weekend where Rippon will come in about a half a year early and work out something so that Chad Little can stay in that car and they can race every week.
All he can do right now is nurse the car toward the pit area because smoke is pouring from it. He has made his way off the third turn and is entering the pit area as we watch the front four as they continue their battle for superiority. That is Mark Martin, Brett Bodine.
Ricky Rudd is slowing off.
Yeah, Rudd has suddenly just dropped off the pace.
Man, oh man.
He was one of the strongest cars here early. Now Bill Elliott goes by. Bill will move into fifth place, and Ricky Rudd probably will be coming into the pits. Let's see. Yes, he does. As he comes off of turn 3, heads the Tide Chevrolet down pit road.
Well, Ricky Rudd, who started in 9th position, had moved up to 3rd, but now brings the Tide Chevrolet toward the pit area.
And we can see just how slow he's going down pit road. I don't know what the speed limit is.
70.
70 miles per hour. We can see him. And Jerry Punch is down in the Rudd pit. Jerry?
They are standing by waiting for Ricky Rudd, and we are told that possibly they have lost some belts, a power steering and oil pump belt. As the car comes to a halt, the engine is shut off, and now Gary Dehart and the crew will raise the hood, and there are just a few shreds of what was left of the power steering and drive belts there. And one problem with that, guys, when those belts come off, no oil pressure, and certainly no power steering, but no oil pressure, and you can cook an engine in a hurry. They're now working in the front of the engine. A tough break for the Tide Chevrolet drivers.
The oil pump is an external unit that sits outside the engine and is driven by a belt. And when you knock that off, that's why Jerry Punch said you have no oil pressure.
So Ricky Rudd continues to sit on pit road while the race continues. He loses laps. There is Mark Martin, the Valvoline Ford, leading this race with Brett Bodine running in 2nd position. And now the 3rd place car is Ken Schrader. We'll be back with more of our live coverage from Pocano International in a moment.
Walker must be in the 7 zones too.
Around the world, around the year, with more than 1 million miles of award-winning auto racing coverage. ESPN Speed World today at Pocano, Pennsylvania for the Champion Spark Plug 500. I'm Bob Jenkins along with Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch. And we have completed 19 laps. Mark Martin leads Brett Bodine, Ken Schrader, Dale Jarrett, and Bill Elliott. Running 6 through 10, Kowicki, Kyle Petty, Morgan Shepherd, Davey Allison, and Sterling Marlin. And if you're just joining us, Dale Earnhardt has dropped off the pace with apparently a lost cylinder, and Ricky Rudd, they've taken his car behind the wall.
Really pushed him into the garage area. Too bad for Ricky, who was having such a great run. But there's a good battle going on here for 2nd place between Ken Schrader and right behind Mark Martin. Mark's pulled out a pretty good lead. Here comes the 2nd and 3rd place cars. Schrader got it beside of him over in turn 2, but couldn't make the pass.
So Brett Bodine now has dropped off the pace just a little bit. We can see he's falling back Dale Jarrett's closing up. There's Jarrett, the Interstate battery car, right behind Schrader. So maybe these tires, when they get a few laps on them, the handling really becomes important.
Well, it does, Jenny. I was talking to some of the drivers and crews down there yesterday, and you see Schrader come off of that turn, pull up on Brett. They said that new tires definitely made a difference with about a second to lap. And here goes Schrader down on the inside of Brett going into turn 2. He's going to make the pass. Brett's not going to fight him.
Schrader will move to second position. And
Ooh,
they bump a little bit, and Schrader a little squirrely coming off the corner.
Yeah, he got a little loose when he went down there in front of Brett. The air was taken off of his spoiler, got him a little loose, and Brett tapped him. Now Jarrett, during that little skirmish, was able to catch right up to him.
All this happening about 3 seconds behind the leader. Second, third, and fourth right here as Dale Jarrett has moved up to the 4th position and has hung on to it for the last few laps. Good performance here in the early going by 7th starting Dale Jarrett.
And we see almost the entire group now is catching up with this pack. They're only a few car lengths behind. 2, 3, 4.
John Kernan is with Ricky Rudd.
Ricky has pulled the car back here into the garage area that Gary Dehart and the crew and to replace those belts. Ricky has the brake come off like that.
It really calls it as a piece of rubber flies up off the racetrack, gets in between the pulleys and the belt, kicks the belt off. Probably since I've been racing, it's only happened to me maybe once, and seems to happen when running rough.
Yeah, you'd already started to move up. Ricky Rudd sitting here in the garage area. They're trying to get it fixed, Jerry, and get it back out on the racetrack.
Well, John, let me show you something that even Ricky Rudd hasn't seen yet. This is what was laying on the engine when he came in. That's what's left of his oil pump and power steering drive belt. It was just literally shredded, and they threw it over, and I caught it as they pushed the car back to the garage area. Not what you want to have happen early on in a 500-mile race. Gentlemen?
It seems so unfair that something so simple like a piece of rubber can bounce off the racetrack and cause so many problems. A year ago at this time, Ricky Rudd was second in the point standings. And now he finds himself in 8th, 262 behind the leader, Davey Allison, as we head into this 13th race of the year. Bill Elliott and Alan Kowicki are running together in 5th and 6th.
They're closing in on that trio in front of them, which is comprised of Ken Schrader, Brett Bodine, and Dale Jarrett.
I talked to Kowicki down in the garage this morning. He was very optimistic. He felt like he really had a good car today. And we can see he's closed up on this race for second spot. But meanwhile, he's going to have to handle Mark Martin, isn't he?
Mark Martin is moving away.
Yeah, LG, long gone.
Bill Elliott is a 4-time winner here at this racetrack. He won both events in 1985. He won the summer race in '88 and the summer race in 1989.
Here comes Sterling Marlin trying to pass by Morgan Shepherd. He does it. Maxwell House Ford. He qualified about 17th. He's up into 8th spot now.
Yep. He's 8th, and Morgan Shepherd is 9th. Davey Allison is in 10th position. And then comes Ernie Irvin.
I was just told that Chad Little's problem, one of our spotters said his problem was a burned piston. At this racetrack, that's easy. Down the front straightaway, if you don't shift, you need to pull out of the gas a little bit. Just roll out of the gasoline and don't drive it so deep in the corner. But when you roll out of the gas like that, it's easy to burn a piston. I did that myself. The best I ever ran at Pocano, other than the time I won, I burned a piston in the car, having to roll out of it at the end of turn 1, at the end of long straightaway going into turn 1.
And Benny was the winner of the NASCAR Winston Cup race back in 1977, and he won the pole for the very first stock car race that was held here at Pocano. That was in 1969. The big 2.5-mile track wasn't ready yet, so you worked in the 3/4, huh?
No, it was a dirt track, and we ran the paved track, 3/4-mile track.
Jerry Punch has comment on the shifting that's going on here in this race. Jerry?
Actually, Bob, with the shifting that's not going on, it's a little bit of humor. You know, all week the drivers have been shifting. They had that road racing transmission in the trying to shift during qualifying and during practice. Well, for the race, many of them, including Dale Earnhardt, Kenny Schrader, others, put the regular transmission back in the car. Their crew chiefs have tried to remind them, whatever you do, guys, do not shift. And if you do shift, please use the clutch, because with a road racing transmission, you don't use the clutch. You just jerk the gears up and back, and one maneuver like that with this transmission, you'll be sitting in the garage area for about an hour and a half.
Well, you really can't shift these transmissions because third gear, when they're shifting these things, they're only 3 or 4 points difference in the gear ratios. In a regular transmission, there's about 20 points difference. If they was to shift into third gear right now, they'd leave the engine laying in the middle of the racetrack right there.
There's the Jimmy Hensley Phillips 66 in-car camera. He is in 19th position, and watch the telemetry here on the left. You can see that Jimmy will not be shifting.
Well, he said he was not shifting. This is his first time here to the Pocano International Raceway. I think he had run on the 3/4 mile track, maybe in some modified competition, but had not run on the big track. And said he and the crew figured he didn't need to be having to concentrate on shifting.
We saw 8,100 down the back straightaway. Down the back straightaway, 8,100. We'll see what he turns down the front straightaway. John Kernan has a comment. John?
Talking with Jimmy over the weekend, as Ned pointed out, this is his first time here at the big 2.5 mile track. He did race on the smaller track in a modified in the early 70s, but he's not intimidated by this place. He says it kind of reminds him of a big Nazareth Speedway. Jimmy's got to win there. He was hoping to run well today, but his #1 priority, stay on the lead lap, finish the race, and give us some great pictures and great telemetry.
And he is indeed. While Mark Martin leads this race, Mark did not lead a single lap in the first 7 events of 1992, but he has led in each of the most recent 6 events, including today. We'll be right back.
How long is this break, Neil?
It's 10 minutes.
If we could run that telemetry all the way around the racetrack, we could show the people why they shift.
Rudd's back in the race.
Soon blow up, probably.
Yeah. Dale did that. Dover, that was his problem up there. Didn't last long after that.
NASCAR Winston Cup racing on a Sunday afternoon from Pocono. We're inside Jimmy Hensley's Phillips 66 machine with the telemetry and the foot cam, so you can see when he is on and off the brake, the speed, the RPM, and of course we talked about the fact that he'll stay there in 4th gear, no shifting by Jimmy.
Okay, Jimmy Hensley is coming down the front straightaway. He's right at the start-finish line now. We'll see the thing build up RPM. 8,100, 82, 8,300, 84, 8,500. 8,500 down the front straightaway. Remember, down the back straightaway, all we saw was 8,100. That's why they shift, because they don't want to turn 85 down the front and 81 down the back. They want to turn about the same. They would shift down the front and turn 8,500. With the other transmission, they can turn 8,500 down the back straightaway.
Good indication here also of the top speed. You saw the 196 miles an hour before entering turn #1, and they'll got up to almost 190 on the straightaway that separates turns 1 and 2. Here's the leader, Mark Martin, as he completes lap number 29.
There we see Alan Kawicki going by, trying to go by Bill Elliott, but Elliott's drafting off these other cars. Kawicki doesn't have a drafting partner, but Kawicki makes the pass stick.
And he moves into 5th position. Kulwicki to 5th, and Bill Elliott back to 6th spot. We might mention that Ricky Rudd is back in the race after spending 10 minutes and 14 seconds on pit road. And here is our first Napa field summary for the day. Watch for your favorite driver. This is how they were running not 10 laps ago, not 5 laps ago. This is the way they were running last time around.
Earl Walters moves up to 12th there. He's
Mr. Wallace back in 15th, so he's falling back. Errol moving up.
Ted Musgrave is in the pits right now. Scheduled pit stop, I guess, a little bit earlier than we suspected they would come in. We thought they'd run another 7 or 8 laps. But there you see Musgrave is in 25th position, but he is in the pits right now.
Ollie Dallenbach running in 26th, Michael Walter 27th, and Dale Earnhardt has fallen all the way back to 28th position.
And he's only about 10 seconds from going a lap down, Bob. Of course, they will have pit stops coming up in the next 6 or 7 laps.
Jimmy Means already out of the race, and also out Chad Little, So Andy Belmont was the first to drop out of competition.
Another guy's having troubles. Just he's backing up. Is the 33 car, Harry Gant. So down the front straightaway, he's having some problems.
The 28 car of Davey Allison is in 11th position at the moment, trying to hold on to the Winston Cup points lead that he has held since the first race, Daytona 500. And we understand, Jerry, might he be coming in for a pit stop soon?
Indeed he is, Bob. You know, we've already talked about Earnhardt, who's second in the point standings on 7 cylinders. He's having trouble. Maybe a problem for our point leader, Davey Allison. A minute ago, the car suddenly slowed. The crew radioed that they thought he may have lost a cylinder, but Davey corrected and said, no, it just jumped out of gear. The car has flown out of gear a couple of times, and the car is just not handling well at all. So they're going to go ahead and bring him in about 3 laps early. We would expect to see all the leaders come in about the next 5 to 7 laps. But Allison probably next time by will bring the Haviland Ford down pit road. They will try to work on the transmission. They will change the spoiler. They will change the air pressure in the right front tire. And they will try to tighten the car up a little bit more and hope he can make 500 miles.
If his car is jumping out of gear right now, he's having to hold it in gear with his hand. When he goes in the pits, someone will jump in the car and put a bungee cord around the shifter to hold the thing in gear.
King Richard Petty has made a pit stop. He relinquishes 20th position to make his first routine pit stop of the day.
So a chassis adjustment on the 43 car.
And Dick Trickle is also in. Trickle, let's see what position he was running in last lap. He was in 21st position.
This would be scheduled pit stops. Some of them coming in a little bit earlier than others, depending on how their gas mileage figured out.
Trouble back on that left rear on the Trickle car. Tough break for Dick Trickle.
Yeah, in fact, he was in for a little over 28 seconds. That was a long pit stop.
And Dick Trickle is one of the guys that's shifting. Now, the problem with those transmissions, when you shift, there's only 4 speeds. First gear, you have to give up something, and what they're giving up is first gear.
Jeff
basically taking off in second gear.
Jeff Bodine is in the pits. And here comes the car number 68 of Bobby Hamilton. There's Jeff Bodine, Motorcraft Ford, the more engineered vehicle. And a little trouble there with the right rear, getting it off. Harold Stott maybe didn't get one of the lugs completely loose. Took him a couple extra seconds. That's the fastest pit crew in the world, at least when they had the competition at Rockingham. They won it.
Complete the tire change on the left side of the car now, and there the car is down off the jacks and away. Meanwhile, the problems continue for Ricky Rudd.
And Schrader comes in, Jarrett comes in, so does Davey Allison. All scheduled pit stops.
And we can see Schrader, that's the white car. This is Dale Jarrett in the green car, and there's Davey Allison with the Texaco star on the hood of that car. All 3 of these guys stop.
These, of course, pit stops under green, and Jerry Punch is in Davey's pit.
And they have already changed the right side tires, taking the lug nuts off the left side. Crew now putting fuel in the car. As yet, they have not raised the hood. No one has been inside the car to put that bungee cord you heard Benny Parsons talking about on the transmission. They really don't have time on a green flag pit stop. Davey apparently said we'll have to just make do. Davey down and away as Ricky Rudd comes in, and Kenny Schrader.
Schrader moving out, so does Dale Jarrett. Both of those headed back onto the racetrack, and Davey Allison is right behind them. Pit stops averaging around 21 seconds there as the leader of the race, Mark Martin, comes in for his first routine pit stop. These are under green now. We have been green since the drop of the flag to start the race.
And Mark Martin is followed by a host of cars. Alan Kowicki, Sterling Marlin.
John Kernan is in Alan Kowicki's pit.
They will bump up the spoiler just a little bit as you see Mark Martin on the top of your screen. Alan Kowicki on the bottom. It will be a 4-tire change all the way around. Right side's already on for the Kowicki team. Look at all of it on the front grille. You can see a lot of tar that is cooked up from the racetrack, gotten on there. They've got to get that cleaned out. Left side's now going on Mark Martin's car. Alan Kowicki is finished and away. So is Mark Martin, and Ernie Irvin has been in for a 4-tire change, and he heads down pit road along with Darrell Waltrip.
Here comes Kyle Petty out of the pits, also Morgan Shepherd. Here comes Rusty Wallace pulling out while Ricky Rudd remains on pit road with the problems that has plagued his car since about the 8th lap.
Yeah, he would not have needed to come in for tires and gas at this point, Bob, after spending as much time as he did in the garage area. So his problems continue. It's like here's Brett Bodine from the Quaker State Ford.
He had the lead there for a moment while Mark Martin came in, and now he gives it up to get fresh tires and the fuel topped off on the Quaker State Ford.
This is a good pit crew. Boy, they really work fast. 11 seconds. They're already around to the other side. Making a chassis adjustment. You can see screwing down on that right rear. That means the car was a little bit tight with him. Loosen it up just a tad. Well, a little bit longer on the left side here. 24.3 seconds for Brett Godiron.
So we'll see how things shake out once all these cars get back on the racetrack.
Well, Mark Martin has gotten out back into the lead, or at least here's Earnhardt coming into the pits, and Jerry Punch will have that story.
And then 70 miles per hour. That's the maximum speed allowed on pit road today, according to NASCAR. Remember, those are safety rules. Earnhardt brings the car in very deliberately. Remember, he's on 7 cylinders. They're going to try to raise the hood, change 4 tires, put fuel in the car, and the car comes in and you hear it sort of sputtering and missing in the background. Danny Lawrence and Kirk Shelburne now raise the hood, while the other part of the Goodrich team are working, changing right side tires. Lawrence looking, hoping and praying. Maybe it's a plug wire, something very simple they can fix. Looking in the left side at the wiring, spraying some solution over the wires to see if there may be a short or possibly some fire leaking from one wire to another, maybe a short. They are looking and poring over the engine compartment. And now Shelburne has leaned over in the right side of the engine compartment. Maybe he has found something. We'll watch and see. The car still running very roughly as they have changed all 4 tires. Earnhardt now off the jack, but still sitting here in the pits. They put the hood down. They will be ready to send back out. Let's go up pit road to John Kernan.
Jerry, Bill Elliott posted his leader ducks in onto pit road. 36 laps are on the board. They're going to stretch it just a little bit further than some of the other teams. In fact, they had said they could go as far as 41 laps, but I think they see the other teams putting on some tires and picking up a little bit of speed out on the racetrack. Tim Brewer and the crew will go to work. Right sides and left sides, it will be a full 4 tire change. Wiping that windshield very, very clean. You get a lot of that tar that we showed you early on Alan Kowicki's car. Comes up and smears along the front windshield. They will have to get that very clean. Tim Brewer now has the left front off. Left's going on. It looks like a pretty good pit stop in the making for Bill Elliott and crew. Lugging up to tight. He's full of gas. 22.5 seconds for Bill Elliott.
Good pit stop for the Junior Johnson crew with Tim Brewer, and Bill Elliott is back on track.
Yeah, he was running in 5th place before he made that pit stop, Bob. By staying out there, he got 5 bonus points by leading the race, but he also lost some time on the racetrack because he was running on old tires. The others got new tires on, so they're running a good bit faster.
And Harry Gant picks up 5 bonus points for leading this race, and those are 5 very important points. As close as he is in the point standings, he came into this race only 1 behind Bill Elliott in 3rd position in the Winston Cup standings. Harry Gant is the leader at the moment, although he's due a pit stop soon, and we'll be back with our live coverage from Pocano after this.
I'm not sure 33's on 7 cylinders, but he's way off the pace. I don't know what his problem is, but
that's right. Yep.
Morgan Shepherd seems to be off the pace as well.
Does he?
Yep.
Yeah, going down turn 1.
Yep.
We're going to have to do something with Jack, Ned. I swear we are.
Send somebody out there to I can't see it anyway from my position, but I can see where you could.
Denny's left hands for a second. Answer. What do you need? Okay. Once again, today's race includes the Gillette Halfway Challenge Contest, $10,000 to the driver leading at the halfway point, and a lucky fan at home can win a new Chevrolet Lumina Z34. If you've entered the contest for this race and your entry is selected and you are called at home and can name the driver who won the Gillette Halfway Challenge, you'll win a Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Now, if you want to enter the contest for next week's Miller Genuine Draft 400 on June 21st, Y2 Gillette Halfway Challenge, Post Office Box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida 33731, 2246. You must be 18 years of age or older to enter, and we must receive your entry by Saturday, June 20th to be eligible for next week's Gillette Halfway Challenge.
Harry Gant is still listed as the leader, but this is going to be the race for the lead once Gant makes his pit stop.
He has made his pit stop and lead already, Benny, and the scoreboard out here hasn't shown that, but Ken Schrader is the leader. Mark Martin is in second place. Dale Jarrett is third, and fourth is Davey Allison. Ernie Irvin currently stands fifth.
First, second, and third right there. Here comes fourth and fifth. Allison and Ernie Irvin, who won last week's race at Sears Point International Raceway in California.
That Robert Yates crew must have had a wonderful pit stop to get Davey up to fourth.
Yeah, he was back in what we say 12th position, and Ernie Irvin was back there pretty far as well, and so they're the ones that gained. Here's a change for the lead, or at least Mark Martin is trying to make it a change as he goes down the front straightaway here.
For the second time this afternoon, Mark Martin demonstrates his superiority over Ken Schrader, getting the lead away. Well, he doesn't get it away yet.
No, he sure doesn't. Now, Mark came out in front of Schrader on the pit stop. You know, he had a pretty decent lead before the pit stops, and he did come back out in front. Schrader passed him on the racetrack, but now Martin has caught him back, trying to repass him. You know, Schrader was very fast at the beginning of the race on new tires. He was very fast. Then Martin got around him and pulled away.
And let's not forget Dale Jarrett, who is right there in third spot. Now Martin once again looking like he wants to challenge for the lead off of the second corner. Moving to the inside, headed for turn number 3. Mark Martin will get the lead this time from Ken Schrader.
This is where he's supposed to have an advantage with that transmission, because he's supposed to be turning more RPMs across that short chute than Schrader, and that he should be able to drive up alongside the 25 car, which he did.
We understand that Morgan Shepherd is having a problem in the sit-go forward. He had slowed a little bit a while ago going down the front straightaway. Now, he looks pretty good on this part of the racetrack. He's currently running in 17th position. He started on the outside pole.
Let's go to Jerry Punch, who has an update on Dale Earnhardt.
Guys, in the emergency department, I use this little bottle of eye wash to diagnose eye problems, but today it's being used in the Earnhardt pit by the crew to diagnose an engine problem. You see what they do? They squirt a little bit of this eye wash on the headers, each individual cylinder, trying to see which cylinder is the hottest and which one may be misfiring or which one is the bad cylinder. Remember, he's only on 7 cylinders. But now the problems have gotten even worse for Earnhardt. He has a bad vibration. The car is vibrating and bouncing, so he dropped even further off the pace. The troubles continue here in the Goodrich pit. Let's go up pit road to John Kernan.
Jerry, I'm in Bill Elliott's pit. This is the tire that came off the right rear, and you don't need one of those little gauges to tell you that this thing is just plumb worn out. After 37, 38 laps, you can see the gap right here where it came down at the very end of its thickness. You can just see where it's trying to blister away, tear away. So one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on down here in the pits is tire wear. Key to the race today could be who has found that combination in their chassis setup to not wear out these tires.
There's Bill Elliott. He has dropped back to 11th position, and the pace of the race is quite interesting. 152.720 miles an hour. We are on a record pace because we have had no caution so far in the first 43 laps of this event. Riding right now with Derek Cope, who's right behind Bill Elliott in 12th spot.
You can see Derek's face in the mirror.
That hose on the side of his helmet, that is fresh air. Air coming into his helmet through a filter. There we see the outside of the Pure Leather Chevrolet. The black dot on the roof of the car is our camera, or roof cam.
Now, Barry Dodson told me that they were not shifting gears here today in the Pure Leather Chevrolet.
Here's Mark Martin trying to get by his teammate Wally Dallenbach in the Keystone car. And ooh, what did Mark Martin do? All of a sudden, it looked like the car wanted to get sideways down the straightaway.
I think he ran up there and the air off of Dallenbach's car made his car act funny or something.
I don't know. Here comes Davey Allison on the inside of Dale Jarrett going in this flat corner. But meanwhile, they're going to run up on the slower car, and he will not be able to make the pass.
Oof, boy.
There's Ernie on the inside of Dallenbach.
Dallenbach was running in 27th position.
All right, let's take a look at a Big A Auto Parts on-track interval. Timing Kenny Schrader and Ernie Irvin. And look at Irvin between laps 38 and 42.
Well, he's basically a half second a lap faster than Schrader.
And he is still in the move. And look how low he went into that corner. The car obviously handling very well, too.
Well, 22 car, Sterling Marlin passed Ernie down the front straightaway. Now Ernie's trying to pass him back down the back straightaway. This is going in the tunnel corner.
And Ernie backs off a little bit, not much, just enough. He didn't want to slide up into him. He knew if he went in there fast that he'd slide up into him and perhaps wreck both of them. So he knew it was too early in the race to be taking that kind of a chance. He's going to try it now. He'll get him this time in turn 3.
And he goes to 5th position. Ernie Irvin to 5th, Sterling Marlin 6th.
That's Kyle Petty. He's the 7th place car. Here's the leader.
Look at Mark Martin snake down the front straightaway here, trying to shake the draft of Ken Schrader and others. You're watching live coverage of the Champion Sparkplug 500 from Pocano International.
That A race fan, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I read that in the pit notes.
She gave Earnhardt a $5,000 check during driver induction. I don't know if she thought he was going to lead it or what, but she just liked him.
So $5,000 to the leader on lap 47.
46.
6.
Did Darrell Price go down on the outside?
I don't know.
Is Brett Bodine off the pace, guys?
Okay.
DJ's car pushed bad off too.
Morgan's off that stop over there. Tunnel.
Yep. Last lap, Morgan Shepherd, who started second, was running 26th, but he is now coasting to the pit area. And this is something you'd hate to see, especially on a track like this, when if something happens, it takes you a long way to get back to pit road. Here's Dr. Punch.
About 5 laps ago, Morgan Shepherd complained that the car was really getting weaker and weaker and weaker. It wasn't missing. It was not on 7 cylinders. I was standing here talking to Eddie and Lynn Wood, who are Glenn Wood's sons. They said, well, we really don't know what the problem is unless maybe the rev limiter is malfunctioning, but hopefully we can catch a caution and get a pit stop. Well, that's not happened. The car got weaker and weaker. Just wouldn't get up to RPM, and finally the car just shut off. They told Morgan to switch to the backup ignition system, but Morgan cannot reach it inside the cockpit. So now he is coasting down pit road. They're going to switch manually to the backup ignition. Hopefully that'll solve the problem, but a tough break for the Citgo team that qualified on the front row here today at Pocano.
Citgo Ford coasting down pit road, looking for its pit area. His best finish this year in Winston Cup competition has been a second. That was at the Daytona 500. He's recorded 5 other top 10 finishes this year. But now the crew goes to work on the car to see if they can get the problem fixed. Jerry?
And they are going to change some wires. They have a coil wires. You're watching the field summary here of this Champion Sparkplug 500. The early laps at Pocano, 49 laps complete of 200, which will comprise this 500-mile event. Morgan Shepherd sitting very quietly in the car as they are now. That's Leonard Wood working, one of the senior statesmen of the Wood Brothers, working to try to change some of the wires coming out of the distributor. They have switched to the backup ignition. One crew member in the car. Now Eddie Wood will climb in, and the car still has not refired here in the pits. A tough break for Morgan Shepherd. and the Wood brothers had very high hopes of possibly getting a victory here today at Pocano, but apparently that will go away with possibly a wiring or an electric problem.
So while he sits on pit road out on the racetrack, Mark Martin continues to lead this race. Ken Schrader is running second, and Schrader moving in a little bit on Mark Martin.
Beginning to pick back up a little bit again, Bob. Martin moved out a little farther than that. But there's Dale Earnhardt going a lap down.
Yep, there
Or
was
2 laps
Earnhardt.
down, as a matter of fact. That was his second lap down. He's currently being shown in 30th position.
Tough afternoon for Dale Earnhardt, who will lose points here this afternoon, or appears to be in that kind of a position. Here he comes off turn number 3.
He's going to pit.
And will pit.
There are 25 cars in the lead lap after 50 laps.
Let's go to Jerry Punch as we are at the 1/4 mark of this race.
Well, Dale Earnhardt coming back in. This is obviously an unscheduled pit stop. The car coming down very, very slowly. He's going to make a turn to the garage area. We're with Richard Childress. RC, what's the problem?
We're going to get ready to find out. I'm not sure.
Apparently, they're going to go work on the cars. They initially thought maybe they would head back to the garage area, but the car has come all the way down pit road and now has come in the pits, and they're going to raise the hood. They have put those heat-resistant Kevlar gloves on, and as Earnhardt revs the engine in the background, you see Danny Lawrence and the crew now looking and working as they're trying to determine which cylinder may be the offender. Possibly a rocker art, maybe a valve spring, but whatever it is, the Goodwin Chevrolet on only 7 cylinders, and they have as yet not changed tires. A lot of discussion here. Earnhardt losing valuable time here under the green flag.
Davey Allison has moved into a very close 3rd position, right behind Schrader.
Yeah, he was pretty far back, Bob. Of course, he made an excellent pit stop, but once he got around Dale Jarrett, he moved on up and has gradually cut down that distance between he and Ken Schrader.
So there are your top 3. Here is the 4th place car of Ernie Irvin, then Dale Jarrett, and then Marlin and Kowicki are battling.
7 front cars not too far apart.
Alan Kowicki lost some time on that pit stop, but now it looks like his car is running well enough. He's closed back in up on the back bumper of Sterling Marlin. And you see Kyle Petty back there, another good run. Here comes Kowicki on the inside of Marlin. The Hooters Ford takes the spot away.
Champion Sparkplug 500 from Pocano, and Dale Earnhardt sits dejectedly on pit road. We'll be right back.
Where's the 3 car?
On pit road, Benny.
Oh, he was.
Oh, he's behind the wall now, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what Richard said.
Look here, look here. Has Mark got a problem? What in the world?
Okay. Look at this. Talk about using every inch of
That's a good
racetrack.
place to knock off an oil pump belt.
You got it. Back at Pocano International, and we've had a change for 2nd position as Davey Allison has moved around Ken Schrader. Davey, we remind you, started in 18th spot because his 2nd best qualifying effort was thrown out when the car was too low. This is how he got 2nd.
Coming off the 2nd corner, Mike Potter got up in front of Kenny Schrader, so they just split Potter. Davey on the inside, Schrader on the outside, and Davey took the spot away.
So it's Mark Martin now leading, and Davey Allison in second. Schrader is third. Ernie Irvin fourth, and Dale Jarrett is in fifth position.
I beg your pardon. Kawicki just went by him, so now Kawicki's fifth.
And Darrell Waltrip and Bill Elliott running in ninth and 10th. Let's go down to Jerry Punch.
Well, a flurry of activity here in the Goodwrench Chevrolet team behind pit wall. That's Danny Lawrence, Richard Childress, and the rest of the crew working on the front of the engine. The vibration from the car was the harmonic balancer, and which is the pulley which on the front of the crank down in the bottom part of the front of the engine. Now, apparently, when they lost a cylinder early in the race, Earnhardt was turning so many RPMs it just vibrated the harmonic balancer away, which caused the vibration of the engine to get even worse. They had to come in and fix it, and it would just vibrate the car apart, and the engine would just shake itself to pieces. Earnhardt sitting very patiently inside the car. Nothing he can do. They're going to replace the harmonic balancer, but the problem still exists. They don't know why they're on 7 cylinders, but whatever it is, he's losing valuable time and valuable Winston Cup points sitting here behind the wall.
Almost 5 minutes behind the wall now for Dale Earnhardt as we jump inside Jimmy Hensley's car and take a lap with him with the Phillips 66 in-car Camry.
Down the front straightaway, building up 180 miles per hour, 183, 185, 189, 193, 94.
Wow.
Whoa, no wonder that corner you scare me to death. 194 miles an hour, and he got to hit the brakes and turn left. Ooh.
Down to 134 there in the middle of the corner, and now building up the RPM and the speed again.
We'll see what kind of difference in mile per hour we have down the back straightaway before he hits the brakes. 183, 186, 189, 5 miles per hour difference between the two straightaways.
Another guy having a good day is Derek Cope, who is running in 11th position at the moment and works inside his car now with the Purolator race cam.
His mirror's too big. It's blocking off all the racetrack for us.
Well, we can see him, though.
How do I fix the racetrack?
Now, folks, he's able to see out the left side of that windshield. That mirror is not in his view, it's just in our view.
You don't like the in-car camera? We got one on the top of it.
Okay.
That's giving us some great pictures.
Going around James Hilton. James still out there. Made another pit stop. He's still out there running. He told me this morning he's going to run as far as that thing can carry.
Gary Cope's best finish this year has been a 10th at Bristol. There is the leader, Mark Martin, looking for his second win of the 1992 season. He won at Martinsville, but not too far behind is the current Winston Cup points leader, Davey Allison. Here's Jerry.
Guys, first of all, I want to compliment Benny Parsons. Benny, you were exactly correct. The problem with the car jumping out of gear was solved during that pit stop by attaching one of these bungee cords to hold the shifter in gear. They have the shifter tied to the floorboard. Davey is holding a hand on top of it, trying to hold it in gear. And while all this is going on, he's closing on the leader, guys. Pretty good job.
Is that what them people use when they jump off of them high places? The bungee?
I couldn't tell you that. I'm not
Something
jump
like
off
that. Something like that. A little stronger, but
yeah, the longer one probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Allison there really is on the move.
My hat's off to Larry McReynolds and the crew on this Davey Allison car. Oh, there's Harry again, about to go a lap down. Now here comes Kawicki. He's on the inside of the 4 car trying to take that 4 spot away. He has it. I think that Kawicki is the quickest car on the racetrack right now.
I think you're right.
And John Kernan has a comment on pit road.
Guys, you're not the only ones who think that Kawicki's the fastest car on the track right now. Tony Glover and the crew have been clocking both Ernie, their driver, and Kawicki. They told Ernie on the radio that when Kawicki gets close to you, just let him go on by. Don't try to race with him right now. He's awful fast. Save your car, and we'll be ready to race at the end of this event.
Alan Kawicki moving up to 4th position, and Ernie Irvin back to 5th. It's been a variably cloudy day. First sun, then clouds, and now the sun's out again.
And that does make a difference in the handling. When the sun is out, it makes the car slicker. When the sun goes behind the clouds, it makes the car tighter. There goes Harry again, a lap down on the Skull Bandit.
He is 25th position. Harry running in 25th, and he waves Davey Allison by also. So now we have 24 cars on the lead lap. Running in 24th position is Michael Waltrip. Davey Allison leading Mark Martin leading Davey Allison in the Champion Spark Plug 500.
puff of smoke out the exhaust pipe going in turn one.
Wow, Allen is definitely on the move.
So much points in many, so that sucker is right. You could have thought I was stupid, didn't you, Craig? You thought I was stupid for picking this up.
If you did, you were correct, but Kowicki.
My man. Huh?
Jerry was shifted open. Okay. Here are the top 5 after 62 of 200 laps at Pocono. Mark Martin is the leader of the race. Winston Cup points leader Davey Allison running second. While we were away, Alan Kowicki, who Benny describes as the fastest man on the racetrack, is third. Ken Schrader drops back to 4th position, and in 5th, last week's winner, Ernie Irvin. Jerry Punch is in Morgan Shepherd's crew.
Bob, we're behind the wall. What you're looking at is the distributor that began on the front row today inside the Citgo Ford. Now this shaft, you see me wiggle it with my little finger, and it's pretty doggone hot, so I'm not going to wiggle it very much, has snapped off just below the main plate here. That's why the car was getting weaker and weaker and would not fire. Now behind me, they are working to replace the shaft, getting ready to refire the car. They put a new distributor in. That is Leonard Wood, Lynn and Eddie Wood. And as we speak, the car is fired. Morgan should be getting back into racing. He's lost a lot of valuable time. But remember, with the car misfiring as badly as it was, they may have more problems before the afternoon is over.
Morgan has been in for about 13 minutes behind the wall, and he has dropped down to 33rd position. That's about 14, 15 laps off the pace, but hopefully he can get back in competition soon. There is Mark Martin now approaching Morgan Shepherd, Michael Waltrip, who's running in 22nd position.
Well, there's a couple of drivers already made their second pit stops. Dick Trickle, who was running 22nd, has come in. He came in earlier on the first pit stop. We'll see pit stops coming up here by all of them for too long. Greg Sachs in the Kellogg Chevrolet was running 13th. He made his pit stop. And Ted Musgrave, who was in the 24th position, just made a pit stop.
We've been green since the very first time it came out. No caution flags in this race, and the Alan Kowicki car is already up to 3rd position, and we asked him earlier in the weekend, what are the keys to this track? Power or handling?
The straightaways are what you definitely have to have power here, you know, but if your car won't handle it, you'll lose a lot of momentum in the corner, and the guy gets a run at you, and they'll beat you. You've got to have both.
Yep, he's got them both now, I'll tell you, and he's putting in all that horsepower to work.
Sure seems to. There's James Hilton again as Kowicki goes by him down in the first corner.
Jeff Bodine and Richard Petty just made pit stops. Others will be coming in over the next 10 laps.
There's Paul Andrews, crew chief for Alan Kowicki, the Hooters Ford, trying to figure out what he can do to win the race. That's very simple. Just what do you got to do to win the race?
Not win it.
It's not that easy to
Be there first.
Sounds easy, but it isn't. There's the leader, Mark Martin, Davey Allison.
Here comes Davey in the pits. Davey Allison coming in.
Yep, a little bit earlier than we thought he might, but certainly doesn't want to take a chance. Folks, you don't want to run out of gas on this racetrack because it's so tough. We saw Morgan Shepherd coasting around there a while ago, and it takes forever to get back to the pits. So Davey Allison coming in, taking no chances, and chances are he can stay in the lead lap by coming in and making a pit stop, even changing all 4 tires. He still should be able to stay in the lead lap, so if a caution should come out, it really wouldn't hurt him.
This is lap number 65, and Davey making his 2nd pit stop of the day.
Another chassis adjustment.
Well, that wasn't
not much.
About a quarter of a turn. He must have that baby dialed in.
That was close. 21 seconds. Good pit stop. There's Derek Cope, you can see, and Brett Bodine also coming in.
Davey went 33 laps before his first pit stop and completed 31 between the first and second. Here's Jerry Punch.
Work continuing on the Dale Earnhardt car behind the wall. Remember, they had on 7 cylinders. They are changed to harmonic balancers. But we can show you what the offending problem was. Rocker arm broken on cylinder number 3. The rocker arm is sheared off here as you hear Morgan Shepherd's car having fired behind me. He's revving the engine. Earnhardt's car has not refired, but this is what's left of the rocker arm on the 3rd cylinder in this Chevrolet. They're going to replace that. Earnhardt should be back to full power here momentarily.
And he has been behind the wall now for more than 14 minutes, and he has dropped to 32nd position. About 16 laps behind. Mark Martin continues to set the pace now. Running in 2nd spot is Alan Kulwicki, since Davey Allison just made a pit stop.
Ken Strader still running 3rd. Ernie Irvin. Let's see, I thought I saw him getting ready to come into the pits there a moment ago, but he hasn't pitted.
Well, there's Darrell Waltrip. He's in 9th position. He's the defending champion of this race and always runs well at this racetrack. Darrell in 9th spot.
He told me the other day that he didn't qualify very well, but said the car just feels perfect, absolutely like he can drive it any place. He feels like he'll be in good shape to win the race.
3rd place car of Ken Schrader comes down pit road for his 2nd routine pit stop. Jerry, he's headed towards you.
And it should be a routine pit stop for the Kodiak team. Ken Howes, the crew chief here. David Oliver, all the crew working here on Kenny Schrader's pole-winning Chevrolet Lumina. Brings the car to a stop exactly on the mark. They hand Schrader an ice-cold drink, changing right side tires. Remember, these pit stops about every 33 to 34 laps. Got to be very careful with the fuel. Remember NASCAR's new fuel template there for the fuel cell. Left side tires coming off. Looks like a pretty flawless pit stop so far. A major chassis adjustment there. The back of the car. He is down and away. 21, a little over 21 seconds for Kenny Schrader. Let's go down to John Kernan.
Jeff Hammond and Darrell Walters' crew are awaiting the arrival of DW on pit road. Mark Martin, though, the leader, we can see, is ducked in onto pit road, maybe just a couple of laps earlier than what we had anticipated. We also see Ernie Irvin's crew is getting ready for him to come down. Jerry, Mark is just passing me. On your way. And our leader, Mark Martin, brings the Valvoline Ford Thunderbird out of the Jack Roush stable. Steve Mill and the crew getting set. They scamper over the wall. And we would expect to see what would be a routine pit stop. Mark waves off the water, said, I don't need any ice water. I'm having fun out here, guys. It's not a hot day. It's a beautiful day in the Pocano Mountains. As Martin's crew now has changed right side tires. And like a high-speed valet, they come around to the left side, have the left side tires off. No chassis adjustment, trying to get fuel in the car. And the caution flag is being shown in the field as one crew member was apparently stuck in the edge of the car. That was Steve Mill, who was the team manager. He apparently had his arm stuck inside the car trying to get ready to turn around.
Something's wrong, Jerry. Something's wrong with the car. He stopped past the exit of the pits and now backing up. Meanwhile, the caution is out because a car spun down in turn number 3.
Alan Kulwicki had taken the lead, so he's going to get to make his pit stop under yellow rather, and Mark Martin just went a lap down.
What's going on here, guys?
I don't know, unless the lug nuts are loose. Unless the lug nuts happen to be loose on that car, and they don't want the wheels to fall off someplace.
So Mark Martin is backing. Yeah, there it is. In fact, the left front is almost a roll-off, Jerry.
And that's what Steve Mill was trying to do, was tell him apparently they did not have the lug nuts tight on the left front. Steve was trying to communicate. It must have been a radio failure, because as Steve turned around to talk to the driver, they dropped the jack, and that's usually the signal for the driver to go. And now they have basically scalded the wheel. The wheel that they had on the left front will not work. They're trying to get another tire up here. They had to run back behind the wall. What a tough break for our early race leader, Mark Martin. A problem in the pits. And now finally, by the way, Steve Mill is okay. That's him putting the tire on. He is the team manager here. He's the one you saw take that somersault on pit road. Dropping off the jack, and a tough break for Mark Martin and the Jack Roush team.
But it's not going to be too bad a break, because he did not get lapped.
Yes, he did.
Oh, he did get lapped?
He did get lapped, yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, he got lapped because as he was backing up pit road, Alan Kulwicki went by.
Now here's the original.
See, the gun broke.
Steve's gun. Yeah, gun won't work, and he's saying, no, Mark, don't go, because the lug nuts aren't tightened. And Mark drove down pit road just a little bit before deciding to back up and get those lug nuts tightened. Well, Alan Kulwicki now will come in, as we are under caution because of a spin by Jimmy Horton. Let's go down to the pit road.
Well, Bob, Alan Kowicki's crew is awaiting his arrival on pit road. Alan felt very, very optimistic, he told me this morning, and he's been running near the top 5 all day long. It will be a 4-tire change as Paul Andrews and the crew go to work. We've got Alan Kowicki on the top of your screen. Darrell Waltrip also in for service. He was posted as the 3rd place car. Darrell has told Jeff Hammond and the crew that the car is just a little bit tight, so we look for them to loosen it up with a chassis adjustment. Left side's going on Alan Kowicki's car. They're just finishing up the right sides on Darrell. Left side going up on the 17 car. Kowicki is out of the pits, and Waltrip still sitting in the pits waiting for the left side lug nuts to be tightened. They get him down and away. Good pit stops all the way around.
Scramble out of pit road. Here comes Dale Jarrett and Rusty Wallace, while Ken Schrader remains on pit road as they get the left sides changed on that car.
Okay, now see, he just made a pit stop not very long ago. Apparently he didn't like that set of tires he had on, so he came back in. And
Jimmy Hensley also pulling back onto the racetrack. We're under caution for the first time this afternoon on lap number 70. We'll be right back. Do we have a replay of the spin? The spin that caused the yellow that we're now under. Okay.
I tell you what, that was a great shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
woo. Let's see, is Derek Cook going to be leading this race? Or
now,
Kyle Petty?
Whoever's talking when we have the replay, we need to show that left front guy trying to get his gun to work. You know, the guy was beating the gun on the ground trying to get it to work, and that's why the lug nuts were left loose.
Benny, there was a lug nut stuck in the gun. That's what the problem was.
That's why he was trying to pound out? Okay.
Yeah, that's why he was pounding on the ground.
I got you.
Okay.
All right.
I know, lug nut. Yeah. What are we doing, the Petty memory? Pit stop still being made here as we are under caution for the first time. Jimmy Horton spun up in turn number 3. That brought out the caution. He has driven to the garage area since. King Richard, Pocano memories, well, his 29th start, 2 wins. The last one was in August of 1976, 8 top 5 finishes. And the King and Jerry Punch remember one of his other victories in this week's Petty memory.
This Richard Petty memory is brought to you by the First Brands Corporation, makers of STP Son of a Gun Protectant. While most fans know his historic 200th career victory came at Daytona in 1984, many don't realize that Richard earned win number 100 at a unique site.
Bowman Gray Stadium in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 1969, quarter-mile flat asphalt track around the football field. And, you know, it was just a situation where we was running Fords. We ran Fords that one year, just in 69, and we won, I guess, 10, 11 races that year. But just, you know, we were just running races and winning races and didn't think about 100 being that special. Nobody else had won but 50 or 60 or whatever they'd won.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun Protectant. Man, what a difference.
He's Stock Car Racing's all-time winner. He's Stock Car Racing's all-time most popular driver. He's the King, Richard Petty. In this new ESPN home video, The Ride of a Lifetime, Richard Petty and STP, you'll have the chance to come along with me, Dr. Jerry Punch, for a personal visit to Richard's home, and we'll show you classic video footage of Richard's greatest moments. To get your copy, call 1-800-342-3400.
There's King Richard Petty as he pulls out of the pit area, and there are some Richard Petty fans that have gathered here from Stormville, New York, it looks like.
Wow, what a bunch. That must be the whole crowd, the whole town.
Let's take a look at this incident that occurred on pit road during this caution when Mark Martin came in for what appeared to be a routine pit stop. But watch Steve Meal now on the left front of the car.
He's on the rear. Steve Meal is on the rear. The left front guy starts to tighten up the wheel, but he gets a lug nut, Jerry Punch told us, jammed up in the gun. So he's beating the gun on the ground. Steve Meal sees the problem, and he's trying to tell Mark, no, don't go. And he gets his hand hung in the car. He finally lets go and does a header. Ooh.
Boy, he's lucky.
Not much for him there.
Well, I'm glad he's okay. He tore up his shin guards, it looks like, a little bit, but hey, he's okay. Didn't shake off something more serious than that.
Well, fellas, they are a lap down, but I would think that they feel pretty confident as fast as that car's been running that they'll be able to get back in the lead lap.
Yeah, he's back in 24th position, but will be able now as they line up for a double file restart to perhaps get that lap back. Here comes the field off of corner number 3, and the leader of the race is Ernie Irvin, according to the scoreboard.
The 26 car, Brett Bodine, the Quaker State Ford, according to the board, is a lap down.
Yep, he's on the lead lap, but at the tail end of the lead lap. That's right.
Yeah. He's out there trying, and he got back out of the pits first, so he could start up there in that position. He just hopes that a caution comes out again here pretty quick before Ernie Irvin gets up there too. And Kyle Petty is running in second place.
And we see Kyle in the 42 car, the mellow yellow Pontiac. Michael Waltrip to 30, the Pennzoil Pontiac, is a lap down.
Davey Allison is third. The 66 car, another one of those that benefited from track position as he has moved up now into the top 10, Jimmy Hensley.
Right, Jimmy. You see, who is that? Rusty Wallace that he's closing up on the outside. He's on the inside of Rusty.
Nick Trickle just ahead. Yep. Hello, genuine direct Pontiac. Here's our Napa Field summary. Look for your favorite driver where he was running last lap just before we went green. 14 cars on the lead lap with Rick Mast a lap down in 15th. Mark Martin, as you can see now, 17th position as he is trying to get back on the lead lap after having, without question, the superior car in the first 70 or so laps of the race before that unfortunate pit road incident.
Well, Bob, before they started making that round of pit stops, we had about 23, 24 cars in the lead lap. About half of the field had pitted before the caution came out, maybe more than a half, and some of those that were maybe more than a half lap down, they did get lapped, and then of course the caution came out. Alan Kawicki had not pitted, so that put a lot of them lap down that had been running in the lead lap.
And here comes Mark Martin.
He got in front of Davey Allison. Now all he's got to do is pass the 7 car, and the 42 car,
and then the 4 car.
And then the 4 car. He'll be, when the caution comes out, he'll be back in good shape. Sounds easy, but believe me, folks, it's not that easy.
That can be a tough chore.
There we see Mark Martin jumping on the inside, trying to get on the inside of Michael Waltrip. And meanwhile, here's Alan Kawicki, who was, along with Mark Martin, had one of the better cars before the caution came out.
Even with that caution period, we are still on record pace. We had only 1 caution. By the way, the record for fewest number of cautions at this track was 1 for 3 laps in July of 1978.
Well, the 26 is now a lap down. Ernie Irvin, the Kodak Film Chevrolet, was able to get by him. So Kyle Petty trying to get inside, and yes, Brett knew he was there.
Let him go. Brett shown in the 14th position, so now 13 cars are on the lead lap.
This is the 6th consecutive race that Ernie Irvin has led a lap, and Mark Martin is on the move.
He's definitely on the move. I imagine he's got a little bit more than incentive than most the rest of them right now, because he's got to be a little bit warm.
And here comes Alan Kawicki looking to the inside of Brett Bodine there in turn number 1, trying to put him a lap down.
We saw our pole sitter, Kenny Schrader, way back there, so he must have made a late pit stop.
He did. We saw him come in the pits late there and change tires again. We understand that Dale Earnhardt is back on the track, but boy, he is many laps down.
He sure is. 33rd position. He had completed 49 laps when he came in, and we're on 75, so that's how many laps he is down. He was behind the wall for just a little over 28 minutes. So 76 laps have been completed now with Ernie Irvan and Kyle Petty running first and second in this race at Pocano. We'll be right back. Turn it down somewhere. All right, sir.
Davey hasn't led a lap, has he, Greg?
Okay, Dennis, I think that's better. Thank you.
Fran.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
all right.
yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
It's sounding a little different at times. I don't know what happens.
Okay, I got it.
I said at times it sounds different. It gets loud and then it gets lower, but it's okay. I'm screwing the buttons here.
Okay,
Third to
yeah.
third.
They already did.
Yep. Okay.
Dale Jarrett's dropping back.
Huh?
18 cars dropping back.
Okay. All right, sir. There are the top three at Pocano. It's Ernie Irvan in the lead, Kyle Petty running in second spot, and Alan Kulwicki is in third at the end of 78 of 200 laps in this Champion Sparkplug 500. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Hey, the Cincinnati Reds are on a roll. They have taken the lead in the National League Western Division, and they meet their arch rivals, the Los Angeles Dodgers, tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, live on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, and then at midnight tonight. Join us for the Grand Prix of Canada from Montreal. We'll be on at midnight Eastern Time. I was up there for Speed Week late last week, and boy, the city is all abuzz, and Nigel Mansell's trying to add another victory to his column this year. Ayrton Senna is trying to win one. Midnight tonight for the Canadian Grand Prix. Here's Tony Glover as he's watching his driver Ernie Irvan lead this race. John?
Hey, Bob, it looks like Ernie's got things pretty much the way he wants it, right?
No.
No, wrong. You got that. After about 8 laps into the race, the car developed a push. They still haven't gotten rid of it completely. The car is still tight in the turns. Tony Glover says, hey, as well as they're running right now, they can run even better, and they're going to keep working on the car, loosen it up a little bit more on the next pit stop.
The reason I said no is because that 7 car of Kulwicki got by Kyle Petty. He's the next car in line behind Ernie Irvan, and he is shown to be, after a few laps, definitely one of the fastest cars on the track.
Davey Allison, the points leader, is 4th. Dale Earnhardt second in points, 33rd. Elliott is 6th, Harry Gant 28th, and Alan Kulwicki is 3rd. If the race were to end right now, Dale Earnhardt would trail Allison by 124 points. And at the beginning of the race, Dale was only 28 points behind. So it hasn't been a good day for Dale Earnhardt, but we'll watch him try to pick up some more spots. He came back into the race in 33rd position.
Well, Harry again, I mean, he's not really had any problems other than the fact that the car just is not running that well today. And there we see the leader, Kodak Film Chevrolet on the left. That's the yellow car. And right behind him is Alan Kulwicki, the Hooters Ford, in second place. Did I hear somebody say they had to change the battery on the 33 car?
Yep.
Look at Morgan Shepherd.
Well, Morgan, nothing happened to him, I don't think. I think Morgan, he's many laps down. Darrell Waltrip knows that. He's not going to take any chances right now. Darrell's running up there in the top 10. In fact, he's running in the 7th position right now. He feels that he's in shape to win this race. He's not going to mess with somebody several laps down.
Right behind him is Derek Cope in the number 10 car, still having a good run.
Meanwhile, there's Dale Jarrett down on the inside, trying to make it 3 deep. There's Cope. Ooh.
Careful, Derek.
He had his hands full for a second there, guys.
Sure did. He is down a lap, by the way, in 17th position. 13 cars on the lead lap. Ooh, here's some side-by-side. That's Dick Trickle, and boy, he's so close to that car. Oh, it's Cope.
I see that Trickle probably pulled up behind Cope and got him loose. That's why he has his hands full coming off that number 1 turn down there.
Trickle is being shown in the 19th position, 1 lap down. We mentioned that he had made an early green flag pit stop. and he is one of the drivers that went a lap down as a result of the green flag pit stop.
There's Rusty Wallace, Michael Waltrip, and there is Ken Schrader, the pole sitter for this race, eligible for $53,200 in Unocal bonus money. Jerry?
Well, one of the reasons you see Kenny Schrader mired back in about 15th spot right now is because he came back in the pits under the yellow flag just moments ago to change all 4 tires. Now, he had just been in about 2 laps before the yellow came out to change 4 tires, but he developed a vibration. So a break for Schrader, the yellow flag, actually an advantage for him to be able to come back in under the caution and change 4 tires. And now he's trying to pick them off one by one and not abuse the car. He still has one of the best cars here today and has a good shot at picking up the win.
And the 7 car of Alan Kulwicki is closing in on the leader, Ernie Irvin. It's now down to about 3, make that 2 car lengths. And we're getting closer to the halfway mark. If you've entered the Gillette Halfway Challenge and you're called at home and can name the driver who won the Gillette Halfway Challenge Award, you'll win a new Chevrolet Lumina. If you enter the contest for next week's Miller Genuine Draft 400 at Michigan on June 21st, write to Gillette Halfway Challenge, Post Office Box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33731-2246. You must be 18. We must receive your entry by Saturday, June the 20th to be eligible for next week's Gillette Halfway Challenge.
Well,
That's coming up.
Excuse me?
Let's all talk at once, guys.
Go ahead, Bob.
You go ahead.
You're our leader.
I was
wasn't
just
even
going to
attempting to talk.
say. And we are 17 laps away from the halfway point now.
And Ernie Irvin is not shifting. We talked about shifting the cars that are and aren't. Ernie Irvin supposedly is not shifting. Alan Kulwicki told me he does shift twice a lap.
So Ernie Irvin looking for his second consecutive win in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. He came home the victor last Sunday on the road course at Sears Point.
Guys, how about checking to see what happened to the 18 car? If anybody's down in that area.
He was a strong third at once.
Well, and he came out when the race restarted. He was 8th, and he moved up to 7th. Then all of a sudden, he dropped back to 12th. He's moved back up to 11th now. But I don't know what.
21 cars off the face of the limit at the time.
They say the tires are no good, Nancy. The thing is, will not handle it all in the corners. He's just having to ride it out.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Jeff, I'm back in Kyle's pit.
Martin's got his work cut out for him now.
Pocano International Raceway near Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Live coverage of the Champion Spark Plug 500, stop number 13 on the NASCAR Winston Cup Series for 1992. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. Race continuing and nearing the halfway point, as a matter of fact, as Alan Kulwicki has gotten around Ernie Irvin, and Kulwicki picks up the lead here in the race.
And just a moment ago, we saw Kulwicki. He did this down in turn 1. He got inside Ernie Irvin, took the spot away, and now Mark Martinez really has his work cut out for him because Kulwicki has shown to be the fastest car on the racetrack. It's going to be tough to catch him and pass him.
Well, it is. I think Mark might have been gaining a little bit on Ernie Irvin when he was leading the race, but I agree. Once the Kulwicki's got out there, I think it's going to be awfully tough for him. He is the next car behind him, but there's a good bit of space between him there. You can see how much he has to make up to get up there to the two leaders.
The pass occurred in turn number 1 a couple of laps ago, and here's how Allen got by Ernie.
About the breaking point, Kulwicki dives on the inside, takes that preferred line. Nothing Ernie could do except back off and let Allen go. Fall in behind him. And we can see that he's already put, what, 4 or 5 car lengths on the 4 car. Average speed.
Yeah, almost 5 miles an hour faster than the track record. Over 147 miles an hour is the speed of this race. Only interrupted by a caution one time. That was for a spin down in turn number 3 by Jimmy Horton.
Well, some of the guys in the pits told me this morning that the average speed that laps would be about 2 miles an hour, or about 1 mile an hour, or 2 miles an hour faster than last year, because the tires are better, the cars are better. The pace is just faster this year than it's ever been, as witnessed by Schrader's track record in qualifying.
There's Darrell Waltrip now, and he is in 5th position. Is he trailing something there? Yeah, something's loose, flapping around in the breeze.
What is that?
Is it?
Doesn't look like it's part of the bumper,
no,
does
it? Doesn't, because the bumper's still orange all the way across there, unless they painted underneath that before it came off. I don't know.
Unless the right side of the bumper has come loose, and maybe we can see as we go down the back.
Yeah, we should be able to get a tighter shot of it here.
Yeah, the bumper is, that's just a piece of rubber covering over the bumper or something, and it's broken's come loose.
I'll tell you what that is, guys. That's the license plate holder that's come loose on that. Here's John Kernan.
Hey, you may be right. Just talked to Jeff Hammond, and he said that someone hit him in the rear end, and it's a piece of the aluminum that's bent up off the bumper. He says it should be no problem, although he's not too happy about the little love tap.
Now, Darrell Waltrip continuing to run in 6th position here.
Kyle Petty just moved around Davey Allison and took over 3rd. As it came off of turn 3.
CDW.
And right behind him is Bill Elliott in 7th.
Bill's looking at that thing and said, "Don't come off and hit my windshield." He doesn't know exactly what it is, whether it's metal or fiberglass or what it might be.
Probably wouldn't do any damage to Elliott's car, except he would scare him to death.
Yeah, especially if you were going into turn 1.
There's the interval between 1st and 2nd, Kulwicki and Ernie Irvan.
Well, Kulwicki does have a fast car.
He does. He wasn't lying to me this morning. Usually those guys lie to me, but he was telling me the truth this morning.
And there is the 3rd place car of Kyle Petty, and right behind him is Davey Allison in 4th.
Yeah,
Kyle's had a good run, hasn't he?
Yeah, he just went around Davey the last lap. Now here comes the 28 car right back up on his back bumper.
And here comes another Napa field summary for you. Running down the entire field the way it was positioned last time around.
I was here pole sitter Schrader back in 8th spot. Jimmy Hensley still in the top 10.
Yeah, doing a fine job. 13 cars on the lead lap. Mark Martin is still a lap down. He may be one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, but has not yet made up his lost lap. Richard Petty running in 20th position.
A lot of cars that are just 1 lap down, and as I said earlier, many of those got a lap down as a result of making green flag pit stops. Then the caution coming out, Alan Kulwicki had not made a pit stop. He was the leader of the race at the time, so that they got caught up in that situation.
There's Dale Earnhardt. He is 27 laps down, but he is back on the track, still in 33rd position. And there are the cars that are out of the race.
We saw the 21 car was in front of Dale Earnhardt, so I'm sure he's going to pass Morgan Shepherd in the rundown, so that'll be 1 spot he'll gain.
Well, Shepherd's back out there running again.
Is he back again?
Yeah, he did come into pits for a while again, but he is, I saw him just a moment ago.
The Mellow Yellow Pontiac, Davey Allison, Star Ford Thunderbird, 2 of the brightest young stars in Winston Cup racing.
There's Alan Kulwicki on the left, the leader. Ernie Irvan 2nd place on the right. And John Kernan has a comment on Alan Kulwicki.
It's a comment that comes from Tony Glover and Ernie Irvan. You know, we listen on the scanners and pick up some of the conversations between the crew chiefs and the drivers. Just a minute ago, Ernie radioed in and said, "Tony, why is that 7 car running so fast?" Tony got back on the race and says, "Hey, I have no idea why he's running so fast, but I wish I did."
He is fast. Yeah.
Kowicki has finished in the top 15 only twice here at Pocano in 11 tries. Here's a battle for position as Darrell Waltrip heads down to the inside of Sterling Marlin. They go through the corners side by side, and Bill Elliott is looking on from behind.
Marlin been running in 5th position. Darrell Waltrip trying to take it away, and I believe he's got it. Well, maybe not. Sterling has other ideas. Yeah.
This is 5th and 6th position that's being contested. 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Now then, is Sterling going to dive in the corner in front of Darrell?
Yep.
He did.
Good competition. We are coming up on the halfway point in less than 8 laps now as Alan Kowicki leads at the moment over Ernie Irvin. Back in a moment. Yes. Yes. Boy, I can't ever remember doing that in my 13 years with him. Good. Okay. Bless you. 45. Get away. It's on the outside, but still on the move. Nope. We welcome you to live ESPN Speed World coverage of the Champion Spark Plug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race from Pocano International Raceway in Northeast Pennsylvania. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Suzuki. Your Suzuki dealer has the ride you've been waiting for and the financing to get it. Now we're less than 5 laps away from the halfway point. 95 laps are in the book, and Alan Kowicki is the leader of the race with about a 1.5 second lead over Ernie Irvin. Well, this group of cars continue to battle with each other. That is Sterling Marlin, Darrell Waltrip, Bill Elliott, Ken Schrader.
5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And Rusty Wallace right there in 9th position.
The car in front of them, Brett Bodine, is a lap down.
Brett is in 16th, a lap down. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And Dale Earnhardt is also coming up on this pack of cars, but again, he is several laps down because of a lengthy pit stop. Here's Ken Schrader moving to the inside of Bill Elliott going into turn 1.
Got a good run off of turn 3, pulled up beside of the Budweiser Ford and was able to move right around.
Wow,
smooth
pass.
Yeah. He moves into 7th position. Ken Schrader does. He was our pole sitter for the day.
Sterling Marlin remains 5th. Darrell Waltrip 6th. Schrader 7th. And Bill Elliott 8th. Rusty Wallace is 9th. Jimmy Hensley is 10th. Dale Jarrett's 11th. 12th is car number 94 of Terry Labonte.
Western Auto race recap. Alan Kowicki, 13 of the first 96 laps he had led. One caution for 4 laps. That was when Jimmy Horton spun down in the 3rd turn. 13 cars on the lead lap, 9 leaders, 7 lead changes, and a 147.8 mile-an-hour average. There are the lap leaders: Schrader, Martin, Bodine, Brett, Gant, Elliott, Kulwicki, and Irvin. Those that have dropped out of competition include Jimmy Means and Ricky Rudd, and on down the line. Now let's take a look at our standings in the Western Auto Mechanic of the Year contest. Tim Brewer from Bill Elliott's team is on top. Just 4-point lead here over Tony Glover. Larry McReynolds is 3rd, Kirk Shelmerdine 4th, and Steve Meal from Mark Martin's team is in 5th position in the Western Auto Mechanic of the Year standings.
Man, what a scramble we've had there for the last couple of laps. Those guys 3 abreast a moment ago, and Schrader took over that 5th spot. I guess that's 5th we're talking about, isn't it?
Yep.
Ernie Irvin, or rather Dale Earnhardt, has been behind the wall for many, many laps. He is out there, though, and just trying to stay out there as long as he can and finish as high as he can.
That's the first thing he's trying to do, is stay out there as long as he can and get as many points as he can, because he's learned how to get these points. Over the year, he gets points as well as anyone. But right now, this is also ego talking. He wants to show these guys, hey, I was a good race car today. I'm not a 30th place car. I'm a good race car. That's why he's trying to pass these guys.
He's having fun.
Exactly.
27 laps behind.
Ken Schrader leading this group of cars in 6th position, and Jerry Punch has a comment.
Guys, we were speculating a minute ago why Alan Kulwicki is running so well here. And you know, most of the cars who come here, the drivers like Kenny Schrader, others, they bring their Dover or possibly their Charlotte cars. We're getting ready for the halfway next time by for Alan Kulwicki. Lap 99, lap 100 coming up. But you know, Alan Kulwicki decides that this track is so tough and so demanding, he brings his Bristol, Tennessee car. The same car he ran at Bristol back early in the year. You know what happened up there? He sat on the pole and dominated all afternoon at Larry O'Carrier's High Bank half-mile facility. They're coming across the tunnel turn, headed for the halfway point. Let's go up to John Kernan.
As we approach the halfway point, Kulwicki's crew looking on very, very interested. They like to pocket that $10,000 bonus. Now, talking with Paul Andrews, you notice how Allen had to run a few laps before he could get around. They've got the car set up where it's just a little bit tight with fresh tires and a full load of fuel. After he runs 10 to 12 laps, the car starts to take off, and Kulwicki pockets that $10,000 first prize. And guys, we should see Ernie Irvin in the pits the next time by. He's been radioing in, complaining that his car is still too tight.
100 laps have been completed, and our leader at the halfway lap is Alan Kulwicki. He takes home the $10,000 Gillette Halfway Challenge Award if you've entered the contest and are called at home and you can correctly identify him as the winner of the Gillette Halfway Challenge. You could win the Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Again, the name to repeat if you're called is Alan Kulwicki, leader at the halfway point here in the Champion Spark Plug 500.
John Kernan mentioned it, but it's pretty significant. Maybe we ought to mention it again. You know, not only does the viewer get a new Chevrolet Lumina, but he does get $10,000.
Not bad.
That's
and
not
the
bad.
last lap speed was over 155 miles an hour.
There's Dave Marcus that Kulwicki's going by, front straight away.
Dave's in 24th position, just 1 lap down.
Now about to be, he is 2 laps down now. That's Brett Bodine out in front of him. Brett made a pit stop about 5 laps ago. Came out in front of the leader. Here's that battle again. That's 6th, 7th. Waltrip 7th. Bill Elliott is 8th. Rusty Wallace is 9th. Ken Schrader is 5th there. He is out in front of the track. Here's Earnhardt. He wants to pass somebody else. They'll let him. Darrell's not going to fight with him.
Yeah, he just told Darrell, look, I was a good race car today. I won't show up in the paper tomorrow, but I was. Now he's got his sights set on Sterling Marlin. Average speed going back up, Bob.
Yeah, still on record, 148.2, and the record is 142.5. And the Bill Elliott car and Darrell Waltrip waging battle out there. And there's Rusty Wallace there in the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac number 2.
And Ernie Irvin is in the pits.
2nd place car, Ernie Irvin. on pit road, headed for his third routine pit stop of the day. Here's John Kernan.
Well, they weren't ready for him on lap 101, so Ernie will come in on lap 102. It'll be a 4-tire change. He wants him to loosen up the cars because he's been fighting the push all day long since about the 8th lap. Ernie throws the drink can out of the window. They will go to the left side and make a few turns on the left side, make that chassis adjustment we were telling you about. 4 sticker tires going on as work continues on the number 4 car. Let's go down pit road. The Kyle Petty pit and Jerry Punch. Ernie's away.
As Ernie Irvin leaves pit road, Kyle Petty has already changed right side tires. The mellow yellow crew. Felix Savanastone Pontiac Grand Prix. Changing now left side tires. Good run for Kyle Petty. Great pit stop down here for Robin Pivert and the crew, and Kyle speeds back toward turn 1.
About 22.5 seconds, Jerry. That was almost 4 seconds faster than Ernie Irvin's crew. They were a little bit slower than normal. Davey Allison now comes down pit road. He was running in the 3rd position, had moved up to 2nd when Ernie Irvin made his pit stop. Most of them will be coming in here very shortly. Greg Sachs coming in right now as well.
Here's Davey. Stopping down toward turn number 1, and the crew going to work on the right side of that car.
Right sides are off. Now the jackman checking. As soon as he gets a nut tight, he lets the car down and bounces around to the other side. See, in NASCAR racing, you can only use one jack. You can't use another jack on the left side. He has to take that jack all the way around. We see Big Eric back there trying to knock the spoiler down a little bit to loosen the car up.
Look at that pit stop, fellas. 20.4 seconds. That'll get you some spots on the racetrack.
Great stop. There's Derek Cope also on pit road for his routine maintenance. 16th position when he came in.
There we see a adjustment on the rear. Now his car was a little bit too loose because they tightened that car up. And away he goes.
Ed Musgrave coming in right now. James Hilton.
There's Greg Sachs following Derek out of the pits.
And I expect we'll see a few more. Yep, Ken Schrader coming down pit road this time around.
Dale Schrader and Dale Jarrett right behind him. All these stops again under green. 70-mile-an-hour speed limit, and Jerry Punch Ken is headed toward you.
Kenny Schrader bringing his Chevrolet Lumina to a halt. Kenny had complained that the cars was a little bit too tight, so chassis specialist Frank Edwards, as soon as he can go over the wall after they have fueled the car, he will take a couple of rounds of bite out of the back of the car. They have changed right side tires. Schrader's crew now working on the left side. And Dale Jarrett in the Interstate Battery Chevrolet. He had a tire problem. The car not handling very well. As Kenny Schrader is down and away, the crew now still working up pit road on Dale Jarrett's car. He is off the jacks. He burns the tires and a little smoke, but he is headed back to turn 1.
Well, Jarrett had a 21.1 pit stop, and Schrader was right in the same 20.8, so he was just a shade faster.
And the leader of the race continues to be Alan Kowicki, but he will be coming in before too long. Here is Darrell Waltrip rolling toward his pit area.
And Sterling Marlin and Jeff Bodine.
John Kernan is there.
Darrell Waltrip pulling the Western Auto Chevrolet Lumina down pit road into his pit stall. It will be a 4-tire change, scheduled green flag stop. As you see an extra man over the window or over the wall there with a rag as he wipes along the window because of all that tar and stuff from the racetrack that gets up on the windshield, makes it very, very hard to see. They will make a chassis adjustment on the right side. They now have the left side up. Darrell gunning the engine. It is full. They wait for the Luddites to be tightened. Darrell is down and away.
21.6 seconds for Darrell Waltrip. Here comes Sterling Marlin moving back out onto the racetrack.
We can see that Darrell was about a second quicker than Sterling in his pit stop. Jeff Bodine, a good pit stop by the Bud Moore crew, Motorcraft Ford.
Marlin moving the Maxwell House Coffee Ford back up to speed. There is Alan Kowicki, who is still leading.
Now, Kyle Petty had made a pit stop. He just passed Alan Kowicki, got back in the lead lap. He had gone a lap down when he made his pit stop, but you can see how far away he is pulled with those new tires on. So Alan don't want to stay out there too long and let those fellas that made those pit stops run too many laps on those fresh tires, because they're gaining about a second a lap on it.
I would think he would make his pit stop this time. Yep, he's on the brakes and around turn number 3, headed toward John Kernan and Alan Kowicki, the race leader, coming in.
Paul Andrews and the crew waiting for Kulwicki to come down pit road. As we told you, the speed down pit road, 70 miles an hour. They're pitting about 2 laps earlier because they see just the difference that those brand new tires make. They will go to work on the right side, left side lug nuts coming off. Once again, a lot of tar gathered on the front grille. Bill Elliott is also coming down. He had just moved into the second spot on the scoreboard. As they swing around to the left side of the car, Kulwicki's crew going to work. It looks like a pretty good pit stop going on as they got all 4 tires on, 2 cans of fuel down to Jerry Punch.
And although Mark Martin had lost a lap because of a problem with an air wrench, he had led 51 in the first 100 laps. He is now still 1 lap down. They have made their pit stop, and he puts it back in gear and peels away as Bill Elliott's Budweiser crew getting left side tires up there. Tim Brewer and the rest of the Budweiser crew putting left side tires. Junior Johnson on the machine. Bill Elliott now off the jack and making his way back to turn 1. He was running second, but now having completed his pit stop, will fall back in the rotation. Gentlemen?
Well, let's try to determine who's leading this thing, Ned.
Well, I think Rusty Wallace has not made a pit stop, so he should be the leader right now. At least I didn't see Rusty come in.
Here he is right now. Yep,
he's coming into the pits. He stayed out there and got him 5 bonus points. And Jimmy Hensley is going to take over the lead. Hensley has not made a pit stop. He goes down across the start-finish line first this time.
Rusty slow, bringing that car down 70 miles an hour. He's coming down to you, Jerry Punch.
And the same car Rusty used to win at this track a year ago, back this time with the Miller Genuine Draft colors on it. Eddie Dickinson on the crew now changing right side tires. Expected to be a routine stop. Left side lug nuts coming off. They scamper around. Now jacking the left side of the car up. Right side tires being laid down. Bill Wilburn and the rest of the crew now having put the left front and left rear tire on, getting the car full of fuel. Rusty Wallace now off the jack, down and away, having pitted on lap 108.
22 and 9/10 seconds for that pit stop. Jimmy Hensley is the leader. When it all shakes out, Davey Allison is going to be in the lead with Ernie Irvin right on his bumper.
Rusty Wallace building back up speed as a record crowd looks on in the Champion Spark Plug 500 from Pocano. We'll be right back.
It's going to really cost Hensley staying out there. I mean, I appreciate him staying out there and leading the lap, but boy, here's.
Okay, Jimmy Hensley's going to pit in 2 laps.
But he's going to be so much farther behind that group of cars.
They're only going to do 2 tires, guys.
Oh, okay. That'll help him some.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do to him on the racetrack.
Are we going to be back, do you think?
Bobby Gerhardt just came by here about 130 miles an hour.
All right.
Ted Musgrave with the hood up.
Now it looks like Jimmy's coming in now.
Yeah,
to bring him a lap early.
Yep. Okay. All righty.
4 car will be the leader. He just passed it.
All right, we'll move back down to Ernie Irvin's pit.
Okay. Davies leading, huh?
No,
4 car.
4 car.
Okay.
Passed him.
Oh, I see. We invite you to spend the early part of your July 4th Saturday with us. At 10:30 in the morning, we'll have a live Richard Petty special from Daytona International Speedway and follow that with the Pepsi 400. Live coverage as we reach the halfway point of the 92 season. Live coverage 10:30, the Richard Petty special on Saturday, July the 4th. Well, after all of the pit stops, it is Ernie Irvin leading Davey Allison and Alan Kulwicki.
Yeah, Davey came out ahead of the car number 4 of Ernie Irvin, but Irvin passed him about 4 or 5 laps ago, and Everybody has made pit stops. Well, Harry Gant is the last one to make a pit stop, but he was already a lap down, so he had not taken the lead. Jimmy Hensley pitted a couple laps ago and took on 2 tires.
And Davey Allison did not lead a lap. He was in front of the 4-car, but when he was in front of the 4-car, Hensley was a leader. 4-car passed the 28, and then Hensley pitted. So Davey still hasn't led a lap today and received those 5 bonus points.
Now, Alan Kowicki stayed out there a little while, and we mentioned how much faster they run on fresh tires. And so he lost a little bit to those guys, made a good pit stop, but he has run them back down now.
Kowicki looking to the inside of Allison going into turn 1.
Ernie the leader, Ernie Irvin, 4-car, the 28-car, Allison second. Now Alan Kowicki just to the right of your screen, the number 7, the orange and white car.
I tell you, fellas, Ernie Irvin did a good job of getting in and out of the pits because he was in the pits a heck about 6 seconds longer than Davey Allison. But of course, he had a lead on Davey before they went into the pits.
There is Jimmy Hensley in the number 66 car, a lap down, running in 12th position. John?
Well, Ned mentioned it on his last pit stop that Bob Johnson chose to go with 2 tires. That was right side tires only. They had checked their tire wear, and they think they'll be okay. They figured they had to do something to catch up with these guys like Ernie Irvin and Alan Kowicki and Davey Allison, who are running away at the front without any cautions to bunch the field back up. They got to do something to get their car in a position to win or place it in the top 5. So they decided to go with only 2 tires. We'll have to wait and see what kind of an effect that has if Jimmy has to come in and pit before he runs out of fuel this next time. If he has to pit for tires, I mean.
I think it'll cost him some speed on the racetrack, John.
We've had a change in second position as Alan Kowicki has moved around Davey Allison. So now it's Irvin, Kowicki, and Allison.
Kowicki just has the fastest race car on the track, fellas. That car is very, very good. The Hooters Thunderbird, going good.
It sure appears that way, and he is the only. We keep talking about shifting, but of the 3 cars you're seeing on the screen right now, he's the only car that's shifting. Right now, about right now, he should be drawing the car down in 4th gear or overdrive. He should be putting the car in overdrive. Now he's going down towards turn 1. He will hit the brakes, and now he should be downshifting into direct drive or 4th gear in a normal transmission. That would be in the 3rd gear spot, but it was still, the ratio would be a normal 4th gear, normal transmission 4th gear. It's 1-to-1 in the 3rd position. 3rd gear position.
Look for your favorite driver as we give you another Napa Field summary.
Dale Jarrett picked up 4 spots on that round of pit stops. And you can see now there are only 11 cars in the lead lap. Hut Strickland was up there. We had 13 cars on the lead lap. Hut, when he came in for his pit stop to raise the hood on the Ray Bestis Chevrolet, so he lost some extra time. So you're going to see him. There he is in 25th position now. He's 2 laps down.
Here comes Kowicki on the inside.
Challenge for the lead right at the start-finish line. Down into turn number 1. Kowicki on the inside and Irvin on the outside. And Allen has got the lead.
And he has the lead, and he has about, what, 4 or 5 laps pressure tires, these other 2 cars. So Kowicki should be able to stretch it out from here.
Kowicki has led in 8 of the 13 races that we have had. 12, and of course he is leading today, and he has led the most laps in 3 of those events. Kowicki was the winner of the race at Bristol earlier this year.
Well, you can see he's beginning to pull away just a little bit from Ernie Irvin. Davey Allison still in the picture.
Here we come off the flat turn 3. There's Martin Martin still with Baldwin Ford is a good race car, but a lap down.
He's picking up on those fellas a little bit right now, fellas.
He is, yes.
Don't know if he can pick up on Kowicki once he's got the lead, as we saw a little bit earlier, Denny, but he has gained some since that pit stop.
Man, oh man.
There's a big separation between the 3rd place car and back here at this group. There's Ken Schrader just going through, and now here comes Darrell Waltrip in 5th.
Darrell's 5th. Here comes Dale Jarrett trying to pass Kyle Petty, trying to take over the 6th position. Bill Elliott's right in there. So is Sterling Marlin.
Wow, look at this. This is Greg Sachs on the inside. Passes both these fellas.
Yeah.
He's 15th, a lap down, but Sachs's car is running well.
Yes, it is. Kyle Petty lost 3 positions right there. He went from 6th back to 9th.
Sachs, the Kellogg's cornflakes car running awfully well. But again, a lap down to these cars.
I can remember Greg having some really good finishes here, good runs, I should say.
Well, now he's one of those drivers that got caught up in that situation. He had made a pit stop, a green flag pit stop, and then the caution came out, and that cost him that.
And let's give you another indication of just how Alan Kowicki was able to close the interval and pass Ernie Irvan for the lead. There is Irvan running in second. Our Big A Auto Parts on-track interval. We timed laps 110 through 114. And look how Ernie Irvan knocked off from, or rather Kowicki knocked off from a 1.5 seconds.
Down to 1/10 of a second.
Before he finally went around.
1.4 seconds in 5 laps and went around him and away he went.
Pretty impressive.
It is impressive.
That's right.
And a recheck of NASCAR scoring has put Jimmy Hensley back on the lead lap. He is now in, let me see, he's now in 11th position. Hensley is now in 11th, back on the lead lap. We'll be back with more live coverage in just a moment from Pocano. All right, sir.
Just 3 more points for Earnhardt as they push Musgrave behind the wall.
What's the matter with the 4-car, guys?
Okay.
He has lost seconds since we haven't documented he's lost. Rusty blew up.
Yep.
I don't know if he'll make it back or not.
A lot happening here at Pocano at the end of 119 laps. The yellow is out. Rusty Wallace blew as he came down the main straightaway here. Now there's fire seen at the rear of that car. Rusty Wallace bringing out the second caution of the day, and he's going to get the thing off the racetrack.
No, he's driving to a fire truck.
And trying to get it stopped as quickly as possible.
He's trying to find the fire truck. He said there must be one over here somewhere.
Well, got it down as close as he could to the inside, out of the way there, but it didn't find one. You see one back there. Is that one in the right-hand corner? Now he gets out. He'll get his fire extinguisher out. No, I believe the fire has extinguished itself maybe when he got on the grass.
Rusty scrambles out uninjured, checking over the damage. But it's all over for Rusty Wallace, who was running in the top 10. And this is what happened as he went into turn number 1.
Well, we can see that something has broken the oil pan. And the oil has come out on the exhaust system, and we can see the flames. And man, oh man.
Now Rusty has got the hood up, and he's trying to survey the situation.
Well, he's part owner of that race car, and he wants to check it out. And he knows the race car too. He knows what he's looking for, and what if he sees something out of the ordinary, he'll know what it is. But as he went down the front straightaway here, we saw a big puff of smoke come from the Miller Pontiac, and we knew it was all over, and then we saw the fire as he went into turn 1. Okay, the caution is out, the pits are open, and here they come.
Wholesale pit stops being made as Alan Kowicki and Allison and Irvin and Mast and Schrader, Gant, Darrell Waltrip all come down pit road for another stop.
I don't think Mast and Gant were supposed to come down this time, fellas. They're not in the lead lap.
That's right. Let's go to John Kernan.
Ernie Irvan is in for a 4-tire change. Now they will go ahead and change tires in the fuel, and then they will likely come back on pit road. They're waiting on a carburetor. Just a couple of laps ago, Ernie's car began to miss. Jerry?
And the Davey Allison crew, they are working very hard. Larry McReynolds has told them this is our chance to beat them in the pit. If we win the battle on pit road, we can lead a lap and pick up those very valuable 5 bonus points. And indeed, that's what just happened as Allison's car is leaving. Behind him is the car number 7 of Kawicki. Waltrip is leaving, the 11 car, Bill Elliott, the 22 car of Sterling Marlin. And Larry McReynolds' strategy here in the pits, guys, as best we're going to do, he said, we need a good pit stop right now. A good 4-car change will put us up front. We'll lead a lap and get 5 points. And guys, that's how you win a championship.
Well, it is. You look for a point everywhere you can, and he may have picked up 5 points for leading this coming lap. We are under caution, and that's the reason Rusty Wallace's car developing an engine problem. He's being pushed toward the garage area. Back with more in a moment.
Saw it up there. They're going to bring him back in this lap by and try a carburetor. He thinks it's a carburetor problem. Irvin. No, I know.
Yeah,
no,
John.
I was telling Jeffrey 2 laps ago.
Boy, for somebody who gets 30 seconds, he's really...
I'm demanding, Jenkins. That's right.
Yes.
No, I just...
Okay. Yep. Gotcha. Okay. We are still under caution here at Pocono for the second time this afternoon. Rusty Wallace has an engine problem down in turn number 1. Our Speed World coverage of the Champion Sparkplug 500 at Pocono is being brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. And by ESPN Home Video, producers and distributors of Richard Petty and STP, available at video and retail stores nationwide. John Kernan has a report from Ernie Irvin's pit.
This is Ernie's second time in. They changed tires last time out. This time they checked under the hood for the plug wires. The car had picked up a miss just a few laps ago. They're going to pit again and check the float levels on the carburetor. The problem is they think they got a bad carburetor, Jerry, but they may not have one to replace it. They may have left the one that they needed in California.
And John, we're standing by with one of the most versatile race drivers in all of America. No stranger to any of the fans watching, Dwayne Poncho Carter. And Poncho, you're Grand Marshal today here for the Champion Sparkplug 500. If it has wheels, you've driven it. Stock cars, sprint cars, midgets. This little cast of a souvenir from Indianapolis this year.
Well, it certainly is. Had a little problem the last weekend of qualifying. Running for Himmelgard Burn. The suspension broke, put us in the wall, and ended up with a broken arm, but nothing that won't heal.
Now, rumors are you're going to come stock car racing. You tested at Daytona a year or so ago, and you were among the fastest of all the cars that tested, and you hadn't even been in a stock car but a few laps.
Well, run a little bit anyway, but we had a program put together to do the whole 91 series, and it fell apart, and I really haven't given up that desire to do that. So with some good fortune, there's a good possibility might be able to get that resurrected for this year and maybe do some more.
Poncho Carter, the Grand Marshal here for the Champion Sparkplug 500, a spokesman for the Champion Highway team. We'll be back with more from Pocono International Raceway in the Champion 500 after this.
Thank you, my friend.
He changed carburetors in Charlotte, John.
Okay. Must be. Dale just left. Inman. Around the world, around the year, with over 1 million miles of award-winning auto racing coverage. ESPN Speed World today in Pocano, Pennsylvania for the NASCAR Winston Cup Champion Sparkplug 500. And we are about to go back to green from our second, nope, one more lap to go. Here are the top 10 after 123 laps. Davey Allison is your leader, followed by Alan Kowicki, then Schrader, Waltrip, and Elliott. In the second 5, it's Jarrett, Marlin, Petty, Hensley, and Labonte. While we're under caution, we'll take another break.
I'm glad you're the guy throwing him a break, Jenkins.
Why?
I'm going to tell him it's all your fault.
What is?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Just some calculations going on down here in the pits. Some of the teams think that if they could get to 126 before the green came back out, they could make it on one fuel stop around 165, 166. Because everybody monitors the radio, I don't want to tell you which one that thinks they can do it, but they're just rechecking the calculations.
Rest assured, the 11 cars one of them.
Well, I'm standing in that pit, but
because he's you know,
and you can see Brad's camera. You know who I'm talking about.
$12 cars out of the race. 33. He was in a long time with Hood up.
We're told they're going to try to fix the 2 car back in the garage.
Okay.
We haven't gone back there though, but we stayed out here in this pit.
Did it blow a line off or something?
I don't know. Nelson was checking on it. What'd you find out, Nelson? On the 2 car.
They were waiting for it to come in. They were pushing it.
Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch back at Pocano International Raceway, getting set for a restart of the Champion Sparkplug 500. Now, as they come down, Davey Allison is the leader, but lined up right beside him, still trying to get the lap back, is Mark Martin.
This might be his best opportunity to do that, but Davey gets him on the takeoff. Mark just couldn't quite go. Now he's back up to speed. Down on the inside, Brett Bodine gave him a little bit of a push. Let's see if he can get into turn 1 first. This might be his best opportunity.
Yep.
Yes, he does.
Yep, Mark Martin is at the moment back on the lead lap.
He needs a caution here, Rod, quick, because he knows Alan Kowicki is back there, and Alan has been so strong.
And we saw the 4-car, Ernie Irvin, back at the very tail end of the pack on this restart.
He was in the pits a couple of times, working on whatever the problem was, trying to find that miss. Harry Gant also was in for a long time, had to hit up on his car. They pushed Strickland's car into the garage area. He's out of the race.
That 4-car is not running, is it, John?
Well, they've got a very serious miss in it, Benny. They checked the carburetor. They determined that is not the problem. Tony Glover, the crew chief, says that he feels that they have broken something in the valve frame, possibly a valve spring. They've told Ernie to just go out there, ride around on 7 cylinders, and do the best that he can do.
He's in 11th position right now, so Ernie Irvin is struggling with that car at the moment. As they come down, Mark Martin still leads them across the line. There's King Richard Petty. As we go back up front, the leader of the race again is Davey Allison, who is 3rd in line, and now Brett Bodine is back on the lead lap.
4 Fords that you're seeing, and a Chevrolet is the 5th car. That's Greg Sachs behind those 4 Fords in the Kellogg's Cornflake Chevrolet.
Now Alan Kowicki begins to challenge Davey for the lead. Down in the tunnel turn.
You see Dale Earnhardt, he's had all kinds of problems.
It's been a good run today for Jimmy Hensley as we go back in with his Phillips 66 in-car camera. Now, we documented a while ago that for a while NASCAR had him a lap down. However, he has been given the lap back. And now Jimmy Hensley finds himself in 10th position.
Well, that was just during the period of time when he made that pit stop, Bob, and it just hadn't, the scoring hadn't caught up to him at that time.
And Jerry Punch has a comment on pit road.
You know, Jimmy Hensley has impressed a lot of people since he took over that ride there for Cale Yarborough. You know, interesting fact is a lot of the other car owners in Winston Cup Racing have been impressed as well. In fact, a lot of them are already talking about maybe Jimmy Hensley as a candidate for their ride next year. That's a pretty good team. So even though Jimmy doesn't really have a significant commitment, he wants to be very loyal to Cale Yarborough, he told me, but his options are still pretty open, and apparently he's impressed a lot of people, and again, doing it today.
Indeed, he just passed Jeff Bodine. Now, he and Jeff are not on the same lap. Jeff is back in 18th position.
Now, we mentioned that they only changed 2 tires on Hensley's car when he made the green flag pit stop. Of course, once the caution came out, came back in, he was able to get 4 tires, so he's back even with everybody else in that respect now.
And the telemetry will show that he'll reach over 190 miles an hour down the front stretch.
Can you imagine hitting the brakes and making a left-hand turn at 109 miles an hour? What did he get down to, 140 or something in the middle of this corner?
What do you mean, can I imagine? You used to do it and think nothing of it.
I know.
He didn't know he was going that fast.
Well, I had no speedometer like that in my car, and if Hensley had a speedometer in his car, he wouldn't do it either.
Looking back, Terry Labonte and Jeff Bodine behind.
There's Dick Trickle on the inside, looked like the Snickers car.
Bobby Hamilton up there in that bright country town car.
Looked like Trickle or whoever that was having some kind of problem. Looked like he was slow. Yes, that is Trickle, and he is very slow across the tunnel corner.
Trickle's currently being shown in 19th position, 1 lap behind the leaders, the Snickers Ford.
There's Jimmy Hensley.
Yep.
Out of Ridgeway or Horse Pasture or one of those suburbs of Martinsville.
Horse Pasture.
Suburb of Martinsville.
And there's Mark still up there. Brett Bodine staying up in front of Davey Allison.
Here's another Napa Field summary for you. Davey Allison is the leader. He has led 10 of 13 races so far this year.
Those 10 cars are in the lead lap.
Average speed that last lap, 158.45. You know, Ned, that's what they used to qualify a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it hasn't been long since that would have been the record, really. And that's an impressive run this far into the race. Kowicki's car seems like it takes a little while to get it to going after he puts new tires on it. Now, maybe this set of tires, or maybe Davey Allison just running faster, but he hasn't been able to catch Mark Martin or Brett Bodine there. And Kowicki sitting right there on his bumper. And, of course, Martin and Brett Bodine, they and their crews praying for a caution.
So they really need. There, Rusty Wallace is coming back on the racetrack.
Wow, must have broken an oil line or something.
He must have broken an oil line off. Looked like he broke something in the engine and knocked a hole in the oil pan. But there he goes.
Yep, he goes back into the race in 27th position. He completed 120 laps, so he is 9 behind as he rejoins the action.
Once he found everything, he stripped off himself over there when that car caught on fire. Like earplugs and seat belts, gloves.
Let's go to Jerry Punch, who has more on this story.
Well, a couple of things. You guys were exactly right on Rusty Wallace. An oil line came loose, and they did not cook the engine. They just took it back to the garage area, filled it up with oil, and hooked another line up, and he's back in the racetrack. But you're also correct in your guess on the problems with the Snickers Ford of Dick Trickle. I just talked to team manager and engine builder Kenny Wilson a minute ago, and he confirmed that they are now on just 7 cylinders.
Bobby Gerhardt has taken his car into the garage area out of the race.
So that's another position Earnhardt can pick up.
Yeah, Dale is still 32nd at the moment, but he's still out there.
Gerhardt was being shown in the 30th position.
Trickle making his way very slowly down the straightaway. Well, not very slowly, but slowly compared to everybody else.
By the national speed limit, he's going fast, but by everyone else, he's going awfully slow. Yes.
Exactly. 131 laps have been completed out of 200. Davey Allison is leading Alan Kowicki at Pocano International Raceway. Back with more after this.
got him in one.
Oh, jeez.
That's right. King, where's he running?
19.
It's like when the tires get hot, Ned, that when Kawicki's shifting, it really helps him when the tires get hot because these guys can't nail the gas.
Uh-oh, he's way up out of the groove.
Yep. No, he lost a cylinder or something.
Cylinder or transmission.
Back at Pocano, and there is something wrong with Alan Kowicki's car. Waltrip has passed him. Here comes Schrader to pass him, and Bill Elliott will soon. John Kernan, what might be the problem with Alan?
Bob, I just talked to Paul Andrews, the crew chief, and he says, the car's just a little tight right now, so he's just kind of dropping back to take it easy. Remember, we had documented earlier that Alan's car was set up to be just a little bit tight on new tires and a full load of fuel. So right now, they're not concerned about anything, but it does look like he has slowed down quite a bit.
Man.
Yeah, he's slowed down more than just, I don't know. He might still be okay, but it just doesn't seem to have the speed on the
crash up in turn 3.
No speed on the straightaway.
Dale Jarrett crashes in turn number 3.
And the 7 car had a huge tire mark on the side of his car where he and the 25 car to get together.
And Mark Martin and Brett Bodine both get their laps back.
They've got to race back to the line, and Dale Jarrett's still sitting there.
He's sitting a little bit outside the groove that they normally use coming off there. Of course, the spotters will tell him where he is.
And the 18 car has now moved down into the grass safely off the racetrack.
Good.
As the leaders come off of the second corner, they're now approaching turn number 3, and Martin and Bodine are still ahead of Davey Allison. They'll be coming into there they are right there. There they come down. And yes, it's official now. Martin and Brett Bodine both back on the lead lap. They get to make up 2.5 miles. It's only our third caution of the day. It's been a very safe race so far here at Pocano, and Dale Jarrett has been really the only driver to make serious contact with the concrete. His car sits down in turn number 3 on the grass. 135 completed, so we'll see probably some pit stops made here under caution.
Oh, yes.
And Davey Allison, the pace car, is going to pull out just after he comes off this tunnel corner and pick him up. Greg Sachs did not get his lap back. The yellow car directly behind Davey. We'll be seeing the pace car in just a second pull out.
Actually, it's a pace truck. There it is.
But the thing with the lights going around.
Exactly.
GMC. Yeah, they'll make pit stops, Bob, because they were in a position that it was going to be awfully close for them to make it on one more pit stop, but now they can make it on one more pit stop after this one.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, that 7 car has a huge dent in the right front, in the right door of his car, and a big tire mark. So he and Schrader made some pretty serious contact up in the corner.
But Kowicki's car just didn't seem to be running as fast down the straightaway. I don't know.
Let's go down to Jerry Punch as they come down for pit stops.
And Davey Allison getting ready to have his car serviced here, the Texaco Haviland crew. They wanted to try to keep the 26 car and the 6 car a lap down, but Davey just didn't quite have enough muster to keep him back there, so they got their lap back, and now he will have to contend with those cars when we go back to green. 28 on the top of your screen, 17, the defending champion of this race, Darrell Waltrip, in the Western Auto Chevrolet on the bottom. Right side on the car, number 28. It will come around now to the left side. And left side tires going on by Jeff Hammond and the crew there of the Darrell Waltrip machine. 4 at the top of your screen. Chevrolet on the bottom. Waltrip is down and away. And now Davey Allison is down and away. And apparently Darrell Waltrip's car stalled. They're pushing him, pushing, trying to get the car started. And finally Darrell Waltrip able to pull away, but the car stalling and got it refired, but it cost him at least about 6 extra seconds here in the pits. Let's go to John Kernan.
Jerry, what it sounded like what happened is Darrell may have lost a gear or something. In fact, that's what we're hearing right now as the crew comes back across the pit wall. When they dropped the jack, he popped the clutch, and it just sounded like it was spinning, that it didn't want to go. The tires were not spinning, but something was. So we're going to have to check with Jeff Hammond and see. That might be a serious problem for Darrell Waltrip.
Well, he didn't lose much, maybe a couple of positions on pit road, but it could mean trouble later on down the line. You can see John checking with Jeff. We'll have a report as to what might have happened with Darrell in a moment.
Ned?
Hi, guys. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just talked to Joe Gibbs. He said that what Dale said happened was they just had a bad set of tires, and the handle went totally away on the car. He tried to stay out and make it last, and he just couldn't hold on to it.
Now here he comes down pit road now, turning into the garage area.
Yep.
I just talked to Jeff Hammond, and yeah, he's lost first gear now, but he said that since they've only got one more scheduled pit stop to make, that shouldn't hurt them at all. So just he just lost first gear.
What about the 7 car? What's wrong with it?
They said nothing's wrong with it. They said it was just tight. You know, whenever we did that thing, is that what you're talking? I didn't see anything happen on pit road. We're going to move up by the 11 car and in between that opening where Kulwicki is, since they're
yeah, John, you might ask Paul what, I mean, if the right front tire was flat or what?
Do what now?
You might ask Paul if the right front tire was flat or...
All right.
Hamilton is pushing a tire. There it goes.
No, everything's okay.
There it goes. Okay.
Track Facts are brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
If you were to take a look at a bare chassis, you might realize that car construction has lost some of its twist in 1992. Now, this is a Chevrolet Lumina that will be driven by Ricky Rudd. In years past, the firewall would be simply a thin piece of sheet metal. But this year's car has all these added support bars here, adding some torsional stability to this vital section of the car. Why add these bars? Well, 2 reasons. One, if the car is struck from the side, here in the front tire, or just behind the front tire in years past, the sheet metal here would collapse, and therefore the front of the car would sort of accordion in. Now, with the stability, it provides more safety for the driver's compartment. And also, with this added stability up front, a minor change, a very minute adjustment, possibly in a shock or spring or wedge, will have a significant change in the chassis and handling of the car. Thereby, a small change here with these pipes adds 2 extra incentives for a driver in 1992.
Well, Dale Jarrett has some at least sheet metal work to do as he has hit the wall over in turn number 3. He was able to drive the Interstate Batteries car back into the garage area. Now we're with Jimmy Hensley, and watch up in front as Dale gets a little loose. Sideways, there you can see it, and backing into the outside concrete as Jimmy gives the hand signal to slow down, troubles ahead. Well, Benny, you mentioned there was a big tire mark on the right side of Alan Kulwicki's car, and this is how that happened.
Well, it had to come off the left rear of the 25 car, or maybe it's to the left front. They go in this third corner, the flat corner, side by side, but Kulwicki's car just went straight up the hill. Watch, it just goes right up the hill, right against the 25 car, and he's going to push Schrader completely out in the loose stuff. See, Schrader goes way up there. And when the 7 car comes off, and there Bill Elliott goes by, when the 7 car comes down the straightaway, he has a huge donut on the right door.
Well, let us not forget about Mark Martin, who now has been able to get back on the lead lap and come around 2.5 miles to join those that are also on the lead lap. Mark Martin ran so well in the early part of the race before a problem on pit road dropped him a lap down, but look out for him when the green flag drops. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, Earnhardt and
Derek
Cope getting together there. That could have done a little bit of sheet metal damage on Derek's car, or maybe both of their cars. Yeah, you see it.
Well,
right side of Earnhardt's car, he had some damage.
You see that Schrader is now the leader of the race. Davey Allison is second, and Alan Kulwicki third. Green flag.
Bill Elliott running in 4th position. Kyle Petty is 5th. The 41 car, Greg Sachs, has been very fast all day, and now he also is trying to get that lap back. 12 are on the lead lap at the moment. Sachs tries to put himself back and does.
Earnhardt down there racing. Of course, he's a lot of laps down, but if he can get one back, that might make a difference. Here comes Davey Allison down on the inside. We saw him pass Ken Schrader this way earlier. How's it going to shake out when you get to turn 2? Davey Allison will have the lead.
Talk about using every inch of racetrack.
Ooh, Earnhardt had to back out of the gas and hit the brakes hard because Schrader came down the hill. He didn't want to hit him in the left rear. Davey Allison does have the lead. You're right, Ned.
Well, Alan Kulwicki's car seems to be okay now. There he is in the 3rd position. I thought that he didn't have straightaway speed, but it's just because he wasn't getting off the corners too good right there for a little bit. I guess that seems to be okay now.
Pole sitter Ken Schrader runs in 2nd position, still eligible for $53,200 in Unocal bonus money. Back in the pack, some passing going on. You saw Sterling Marlin there briefly. He's in 6th position. Now we're inside Derek Cope. He is a lap down in 14th, and just ahead of him is Sterling.
Sterling's in 6th place, the Max left for Thunderbird. And we see the tachometer up to 8,000. About 8,000 RPMs across the tunnel corner.
Here's Davey Allison now trying to move on the inside. Greg Sachs to put him a lap down.
Yep, isn't going to be able to do it.
Nope, he had to back off, and here comes Schrader back up there.
Sachs is trying desperately to stay in front of the 28 car so he can get a lap back in case the caution flag should come out. Sachs, Allison.
There's Mark Martin there on the inside, looking inside of Derek Cope. The interval at this point from 1st back to 10th is just a little over a second. And here's Mark Martin once again moving to the inside of Derek Cope.
Takes that spot away. There's Schrader looking on the outside of Davey Allison. He is not going to try that, believe me. Davey gets a real good run off this corner. We see Sachs trying to block that spot. Now Davey's going to go on the outside. Can he make it stick? We said that you got to run on the bottom of the racetrack. Can he get by the 41 on the outside?
Well, that's a gutsy move to move out there on the outside. Sachs staying down as low as he possibly can, though, giving him running room out there. But that is a hard way to pass.
Now as they come down the straightaway, I believe that Davey is going to put Greg Sachs a lap down once again, and Ken Schrader will try to stay with Davey, and so will Kulwicki and Kyle Petty.
And Kulwicki's going to fall back and run on the inside of the preferred line through that corner and try to pass Sachs down the back straightaway. And Kyle Petty, look at him up in 4th spot right behind Kulwicki.
A good hold for Kyle and Bill.
Schrader post. How much money did you say he could pick up today? What's the
$53,200.
$53,200. The 25 car Kenny Schrader would pick up if he should win the race. Now he's the only guy eligible to win this money.
Unocal bonus.
Kulwicki here, he's going to try to get by the 41 car. He crashed up on him. There's Kyle Petty. Those guys pulled away from Petty 2 or 3 car lengths down the straightaway.
Bill Jarrett coming back out and laps down.
Petty hasn't won a race in 1992. His last victory was in March of '91 at Rockingham.
and Rick Mast going into the garage area.
Yep. Mast was 21st. He was 2 laps down and now pulls the car behind the wall and heads for the garage area. And we understand it's an engine problem for Rick Mast.
Yeah, during the last caution, they had the hood up on the Stowe Classic Oldsmobile, and Richard Jackson and the crew looking it over, but apparently she finally let go.
Jerry Punch has a comment on Ken Schrader.
Guys, remember at the top of the show we mentioned that Kenny Schrader was just 9 days away from going on the operating room table to have a herniated disc removed from between his 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. Now, he is almost daily in constant pain. I talked to him before the race this morning, and he was very, very uncomfortable. And, of course, you know you can't take any medication. You don't want to climb in a race car. He said, but right now, the crew said he has not complained the first time all day long. Of course, Kenny never complains. He never says a word, but that left arm has got to be bothering him quite a bit. He can't wait to get it operated on by Dr. Jerry Petty following Tuesday after Michigan and Charlotte. But with the car handling as well as it is, they said he would never complain with this car running the way it is. But a tough guy, and certainly an aggressive driver wanting to get a victory before he goes into surgery just 9 days away.
And here's another tough guy, Ernie Irvin, and there in the back end of that car, Ernie was in 12th position when he came in.
Adding oil, looked like, Benny. Was that oil? Like 4 or 5 quarts they could fit in there. John Kernan?
That's exactly right. They put in probably, I think, about 5-6 quarts of oil. That's where the oil tank is located in the left rear of the car. And they've had to put in about 5 or 6 quarts. Ernie recalled when he had that miss, they thought it was a valve train problem, possibly a broken valve spring. He's now got somewhat of an oil leak, so the oil is leaking out. They've had to come in and replace it.
So Ernie Irvin takes the Kodak Film Chevrolet back onto the 2.5-mile track they call Pocano International.
Meanwhile, Mark Martin has worked his way up to the 6th spot. I realize he's not on the screen right now, but let's can't lose track of this Mark Martin because he might be a contender before this baby's over.
Right now, the contenders are Davey Allison and Ken Schrader, 1st and 2nd. Ford against Chevrolet here.
Now, for you fans that might have tuned in late and would wonder why we're talking about Mark Martin, well, he lost a lap on a miscue in the pits when apparently one of the air wrenches malfunctioned, and he got a lap down and has been trying for a couple hundred miles to get back in the lead lap. He finally did, and is in contention.
The 3rd place car, the yellow car, Greg Sachs, is a lap down. There's Trickle. He's smoking badly.
Yeah, a little smoke coming from that car. He's 19th, Dick Trickle is.
He forgot to take the wrapper off before he ate that sucker.
It's a little warm, looks like. Maybe melting. They're going to black flag Trickle as he comes down. And then he backs out of the gas as soon as they do. There is the leader, Davey Allison in the Hamilton Ford, as he looks for another victory in 1992. We'll be back with more after this from Pocano International. Okay. Soundbite 1 is dead for the moment. Okay.
All right, Neil, we want to see what happens when the 7 gets to the 25.
Hey, John, DW just radioed the crew that he thinks he may have a flat right rear. You got me, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, John Gelser just handed me that.
Okay, good. Nelson told me, so I thought I would relay it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
No problem. Good job.
Okay. The champion spark plug 500 standings after 148 of 200 laps. Davey Allison, Kulwicki, Schrader, Petty, and Elliott. 6 through 10, Marlin, Martin, Hensley, Waltrip, and Bodine. The leaders come down the straightaway. There's Davey.
But new second place car.
Yep.
Alan Kulwicki has gotten by Schrader. He is now in second place. Kenny Schrader back in third.
There's that donut that you mentioned on the side of Kulwicki's car after an earlier skirmish with Schrader, but when he passed him this time, everything was clean. There is Darrell Waltrip in car number 17. He is 9th, and Brett Bodine is 10th in the Quaker State Ford.
Both these guys in the lead lap. Remember just what, a few laps ago, the last caution flag. Brett Bodine and Mark Martin got their lap back.
The track record just a little off record pace right now because of that third caution period caused by Dale Jarrett.
We'll take care of that, no problem.
Yep.
Without any more caution flags, we will set a new record today.
Race is going very quickly. We've only got 51 more laps to go, and it's only 20 minutes after 3 Eastern time. Allison continues to circle the racetrack with no problems, looking for win number 4 in the 1992 season. He won Daytona, of course, won at North Wilkesboro and at Talladega.
Here's a good battle for 4th place as Sterling Marlin got on the inside of Kyle Petty there and took it away. Mark Martin went by as well. So Marlin moves into 4th. The 6th car of Martin moves up in, I should say, 5th place. That's what 5th, 6th, and 7th we're looking at there. Bill Elliott's in 4th place.
Marlin, Martin, and Petty.
Maybe that's the reason I was having problems picking it up. I know who those guys are. Couldn't say it.
It's amazing how we know who these guys are, and sometimes it just can't flow out of your mouth.
Davey Allison back the leader. Kulwicki second. And there's some interested fans. That's quite a shot, wasn't it? That shows you what 170 mile an hour will do.
Mark Martin has led 41 laps, Alan Kulwicki 30, and Davey Allison has now led 27. So there is somewhat of a battle for those 5 bonus points for leading the most laps here this afternoon.
Bill Elliott, 4th place car. There's 5th, his teammate. Both these cars out of Junior Johnson stable up in North Wilkesboro.
And both have been quietly in the top 10 all afternoon. First and second, Allison Kulwicki.
And we're going to pan the camera back and just try to show you the relationship between these 2 cars. In 3rd place, there's Schrader. Now let's go back to 4th. Elliott and Marlin and Martin.
You can't say it either.
Now you've got them.
I got them names messed up. You can't say it.
Well, those guys need to make a pit stop so we can talk about them.
Really? Spread out a little bit.
Yeah.
Elliott won both races in '85, won in '88, won in '89. Sterling Marlin still has never won a NASCAR Winston Cup race.
It really is unbelievable.
It really is.
Going so well. Nigel last car, that's Sterling. There's Mark Martin.
Mark Martin.
Mark in 6th place in the car number 6. Here's the 7th place car of Kyle Petty in the yellow Pontiac.
Next will be Dale Earnhardt. And let's see where he's now moved up 3 positions since he rejoined the race. He came back in 33rd and now is in 30th position. About what? 27 laps behind?
That's pretty close.
Okay.
But he's 7 laps behind the 21 car of Morgan Shepherd. The outside pole sitter was right behind him.
There's Hensley in the 66. Good run. 8th position right now. He's carrying our Phillips 66 in-car camera.
Right behind Jimmy Hensley. Darrell Waltrip running 9th. The 10th place car, Brett Bodine, the Quaker State Ford. Just a Western Auto Chevrolet. There's a Pure Later Chevrolet, Derek Cope. In-car camera looking right at the back of Brett Bodine's car.
He's in 13th, a lap down. There's the 15 car of Jeff Bodine. He's 14th. And Rusty Wallace, who had a big fire at the back end of the car a few laps ago, pulled it off over in the second turn, has now made his way back out onto the racetrack and is in 27th position. Wally Donneback Jr. is behind Rusty Wallace, and he's having a pretty good show, Ned. 15th.
Yes, yeah, a lap behind in 15th place. He was having a good run.
Richard Petty, the STP Pontiac, behind Donneback.
He's in 16th position.
And Michael Waltrip.
And that's all 4 position, fellas. They're all 1 lap behind the leader.
Now here's Terry Labonte. He is 11th right now, still in the lead lap. The last car, as a matter of fact, on the lead lap. But he has had a very, very consistent season.
And a consistent day here today. He hasn't been up there in the top 10 fighting around too much, but he's been out there and stayed on the lead lap.
Bobby Hamilton in the 68 car, the Country Time Oldsmobile, going by Jerry O'Neill in the Wheels Chevrolet. O'Neill is 23rd in the 68 car of Hamilton. Where is he running, Bob?
19th.
19th.
Yep. And then there was a bunch of racetrack that nothing's happening in before we get back to Harry Gant, and he's 21st.
Yeah, Harry not having a good day today. He's something wrong with the engine. There's James Hilton. James is back in 28th position right now.
There is Dale Jarrett, who crashed but is back out on the racetrack. Ernie Irvin is 18th, a lap down.
Jarrett is currently in the 25th position.
71 car, Dave Marcus is the 20th spot. And see a lot of smoke coming out of that 4 car. And Mike Potter has the only Buick in the field. He's the only car I think we haven't seen.
You know, somebody told me the other day that the Buicks don't show up on the Manufacturers Championship points this year. So apparently there's not been, this is the first Buick we've seen this year.
Yeah, could be. Yep, could be.
There's Mike Potter out of Johnson City or Kingsport, somewhere in the Tri-Cities area of Tennessee.
Down around Bristol International, which is being concreted, guys. What do you think about that?
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is.
It's really going to be. And, you know, Martinsville may put concrete in the corners. As I understand it, Bristol is going to concrete the entire racetrack.
That's right. That's right. That's what I understand. Larry Carrier was just disappointed that the pavement that he's put down in the past few years has not held, so he's going to concrete it. There are the leaders once again, or the leader, Davey Allison, closely pursued by Alan Kowicki. 156 laps are completed out of 200 here at Pocono. Nice job, guys. Very nice. As long as we show Dave Marcus and Mike Potter.
Yeah. I got to come back to Potter. He ran a Buick at Dover and didn't get credit. He was credited with running a Chevrolet.
Oh, okay. Are they not registered with NASCAR? Is that it?
He ran a Chevy. They told him to try to let him switch cars. NASCAR didn't.
I see.
Okay. We about had a pass.
We're going to have a pass right here.
Here he comes. It's like Davey developed a problem. Guys, you might check that 28 car. It looked like Davey.
It looked like he just pulled over and let him go.
I mean, to the tunnel point, it looked like he was having trouble.
I believe Kowicki's got a set of tires back on there that's letting him go again now. That other set just didn't. He'll stretch it out.
We have a new leader in the Champion Sparkplug 500 as Alan Kowicki was able to get by Davey Allison a couple of laps ago.
He closed up on the tunnel corner, but then he came through the flat corner, through turn 3, got underneath Davey just as he exited the corner. It was a race down the front straightaway, and the 7 car won the race.
So that's how Allen got the lead. And now let's take a look at the top 5 in NASCAR Winston Cup points and where they are running. Davey is now second. Earnhardt moving back up from a very early part of the race. Bill Elliott is 4th. Harry Gant is 21st. And Alan Kowicki is in 1st position, or is he? Nope. At the moment, Davey Allison has gotten back by Alan Kowicki. They are side by side as they come off of turn number 3.
Another race down the front straightaway. Let's see who's going to win.
Well, I tell you, that's a little bit of a surprise. I thought Kowicki would pull away once he got around Davey, but Davey's showing some strength here once again.
So did I.
He's not going to be able to pass him, though.
But I thought Davey's car had lost the handle a little bit because he has a little bit of trouble, and I said, well, he's got some problems, and here he comes back and try to take the lead back.
We have a couple of Fords running up front. The last time a Ford won here at Pocono was in July of 1990 when Jeff Bodine drove the victory. Here's Hensley leading Darrell Waltrip and Brett Bodine and others. At least the first 3 there are for position, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
This might be the best run that Cale Yarborough Motorsports has had this year, Ned.
Having a very good run, no question about it. Since Hensley got in that car, they've had a number of good runs. I think he's been good for the Trop Arctic team. He and Bob Johnson seem to work well together. And it's been known by most race fans that have seen Jimmy Hensley drive that he is a very good race driver. He just needed an opportunity. He finished 8th at Dover a few weeks ago.
Looking back at the Western Auto Chevrolet, once again, the telemetry, 8,400 RPMs, 193 miles per hour on the brakes. Get the thing slowed down. Let's see, 142, 135, 32, 132 miles per hour. That's the slowest in the turn 1 area. Now he's accelerating once again up the back straightaway, the long pond straightaway, if you will. 182, 5, 187. So again, 5 miles an hour. Wasn't he 192 down the front? 5 miles per hour slower down the back than the front.
And behind him, it's Darrell Waltrip, 9th position, and then Brett Bodine in 10th.
Jeff Bodine a lap down. And for the Ernie Irvin fans, he made a pit stop a little while ago, but he's running very, very slow out there. I mean, slower than these guys are running. He's not so slow. Here's the leaders.
Now, this is what we thought was going to happen, that Kowicki was going to pull away from Davey. It just looked that way.
Jerry, what's going on down there?
Robert Yates, the car owner, told me a minute ago that Davey told him on the radio that when Allen shifts in the 3rd gear, that he just pulls away from him. That once they both get back in 4th gear, that Davey can run pretty much even with him. But once Allen shifts, he just pulls him and he just can't stay with him.
So what does that tell you, Ned? That next time everyone will have a transmission where you shift.
Yeah.
One of the car owners down in NASCAR, he had a transmission that the driver shifted. He said, no, there will not be a car that shifts win this race today.
Yep.
So we'll see if Kowicki can hang on, because he, in fact, is shifting gears.
Allen continues to lead laps, and he is now within 6 of becoming the driver that has led the most laps. Mark Martin still has that distinction, having led 41 circuits around this racetrack, but Allen has now led 36.
Ernie Irvin back in the pits again in the Kodak film Chevrolet with the hood up.
We're a little bit more than 30 laps away from the checkered flag in the Champion Sparkplug 500. We'll be right back. No. I have not. Lynn. All right. We're going to do that coming back. Oh, ready? Okay.
Where's Sterling Marlin go? And him going to the tunnel corner? He's off the pace.
Our congratulations to Lynn Storm of Schofield, Wisconsin, today's winner of beautiful Chevrolet Lumina in the Gillette Halfway Challenge contest. She correctly named Alan Kowicki as the leader at the halfway lap. If you want to enter the contest in next week's Miller Genuine Draft 400 at Michigan on June 21st, write to Gillette Halfway Challenge, Post Office Box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33731. 2246. You must be 18 years of age or older to enter, and we must receive your entry by Saturday, June 20th to be eligible for next week's Gillette Halfway Challenge and the Miller Genuine Draft 400 at Michigan International Speedway.
Davey Allison.
About a 2.5-second lead now for Kowicki over Allison. And John Kernan has more on Alan Kowicki.
Bob, I just talked to Paul Andrews, the crew chief. He said what Alan has on his mind right now is trying to stretch out the lead and pit in about 6 laps. He thinks that this race is going to come down to what happens right here in the pits under the green flag. Alan wants to give himself a little extra added pad for his crew down here in the pits. And Darrell Waltrip now has finally gotten around Jimmy Hensley.
Yes, Waltrip has moved into 8th position, and Mark Martin is on pit road.
A little bit earlier than we thought they might come in, but he should be able to go the rest of the way from here, Bob. So the Valvoline Ford getting a set of right side tires, and of course I'm sure they'll change the left side tires, and you can see him getting a windshield cleaned as well. Dale Jarrett right behind him there.
I would guess that the car was not handling the way that Mark Martin wanted it, so they wanted to stop as soon as they could get in the window. They could finish the rest of the way, make a chassis adjustment, and change 4 tires.
Yep, 20 3/10 seconds. Great pit stop for the Valvoline team.
Pulling out just ahead of Dale Jarrett.
He did stay in the same lap. Alan Kowicki just went by, so
don't count him out of a possible win here at Pocono. Well, we will have the pit stops by Kowicki and Davey Allison and others. Here comes Sterling Marlin, the 6th place car, in for a stop.
And Brett Bodine, the 10th place car, coming in as well.
Again, I think these are cars that was not happy with their chassis. They're coming in, making an adjustment, and changing 4 tires while they're in there.
I agree with you, Denny. And as we've said before, those new tires will let them run about a second a lap faster, so they will be able to pick up some time out there on the racetrack once they get back out there.
There's Brett Bodine's Quaker State Ford, pitted just ahead of the Maxwell House Ford, driven by Sterling Marlin. Marlin's work is completed. He's rolling. Chassis adjustment being made on there of the Brett Bodine car. And he now is down off the jacks.
22 6/10 seconds for the Sterling Marlin car.
And the 2nd place machine of Davey Allison now comes in. Jerry punches there.
What should be the final pit stop of the day. Remember how well this crew performed just the last pit stop to get Davey back out up front so he can lead a lap. Now this pit stop critical to give him a chance to win the race. 1 can of fuel going in. They will change all 4 tires. Remember, we've seen a lot of miscues in the pits, a lot of failed equipment. And left side tires now going on. And the car fell off the jack. Davey Allison's car has fallen. They cannot get the car picked up. Oh, another problem in the pits. Kowicki is in turn 3, and they are trying to pry the Haviland Ford up to get the jack beneath the car. What a misfortune here for Davey Allison. He puts his left hand up in front of his goggles. He cannot believe. And now we got to wonder if Kowicki will stay out. Kowicki has been radioed and told to stay out. Allison peels away, but Kowicki is coming down the first straightaway and looks like he will put Davey Allison a lap down.
Yes, indeed. Kowicki goes by while Davey Allison tries to build up speed, and so Davey is a lap down.
If the caution flag should come out right now, it'd be the kiss of death for the 28 car.
Of course, 42, Kyle Petty just slowed all of a sudden there.
He just left the pits,
yeah.
And he's having trouble getting up to speed, Ned.
Yeah. So Kowicki will be coming in here before long. Maybe this time around. We'll check and see. Ken Schrader just made, or he's in the pits right now, as a matter of fact, in the Kodiak Chevrolet.
Watching Kowicki there on the left side of your screen to see if he comes in for his stop.
Michael Waltrip is in. So is Bobby Hamilton, Greg Sachs.
Schrader is out. Yep. Dale Earnhardt remains on
Here
pit
comes
road.
Kowicki. Here comes the leader. There you see him diving right in the pits. John Curran, here he comes.
They're waving the big AK sign on the pit board, so Allen will not overshoot his pits. He comes in. It will be a 4-tire change. Somewhat of a relief for the crew as they were aware of what happened to Davey Allison in that car falling off the jack. We anticipate them making a minor chassis adjustment. The car has been tight on Allen all day long. They work on the right side. So far, so good. Seconds counting down up to about 15 seconds. Now they've got the jack under the left side. No problem so far. 19 seconds, 20, 21, 22. It is full and Allen is away.
24.1 seconds for Alan Kowicki.
Here comes Mark Martin down the front straightaway. He's going to take the lead. The bobbling Ford of Mark Martin will take the lead off Alan Kowicki. Now, can Kowicki catch him? That's the next question.
Yeah, well, he'll take the lead once everybody else makes their pit stops. Bill Elliott actually has the lead right now.
That's what I meant. He's going to take the lead over Kowicki.
Yep.
Final pit stops being completed with 30 laps to go now on the Champion Spark Plug 500. Darrell's leading now.
It's 11. Yeah, he's in.
See both those cars up front. Yeah.
Did Elliott pit?
Yeah. Just left. So he must have put up gas on it. He's going to have to lead.
Who?
What did 11 car do, guys?
They changed tires.
Two right sides?
Oh.
Just right sides. So he's got the lead. He's got that much. He's going up the middle of the back straightaway, and here comes Mark and Allen. So what's going to win?
From Darrell, yep. He's coming down. Ooh, Wally, get on the brakes, boy.
That's where it takes the lead again.
For a couple of laps, Darrell Waltrip had the lead, but he's brought the Western Auto Chevrolet in for its final pit stop. And now the lead has been picked up by Jimmy Hensley in the 66 car, but again, he will be needing a pit stop before very long, and we think that Bill Elliott is going to be in the lead when all is said and done. Darrell Waltrip's, again, remember now, he lost first gear on that car, and they're pushing him out of the pits.
That's right. He lost first gear. Now he's got it in his second gear, or whatever gear he can get it in to try to get the thing rolling. So he's had it going. Here's the lead of the race, Jimmy Hensley in the Phillips 66 car.
As you can see, this is the second time that Jimmy has had the Phillips 66 car in front.
Second time today and the second time this year.
Yep.
And the second place car is Bill Elliott, who stopped and
yeah, 2 tires.
Changed right side. What a strategy that Tim Brewer and those guys, and he was able to beat Mark Martin and Alan Kowicki out of the pits. But can it last? Can he stay out there with the left sides more worn than Mark's or Kowicki's?
Well, he picked up about 9 or so seconds on him in the pit, so we'll see.
The crew waits on Jimmy. He's between the second and third turns. We understand that the 66 car is also going to go for just 2 tires. Here he is in turn number 3. And is he coming for the pits? Nope, he's going to stay out for one more lap.
Just hoping for that caution.
This is Jimmy's 6th race for the Yarborough team. Best finish at Dover, where he was 8th. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who has a comment on Mark Martin.
A minute ago, Mark Martin radioed his crew and said, what kind of pit stop did Elliott have? Where'd he come from? And then they explained to him that Elliott only changed right side tires. Said, don't worry about Elliott. With just 2 right side tires, he won't outrun us. We got to be concerned with the 7 car. He's the guy that's going to be awfully tough to beat. So they said, just bide your time. Don't abuse the car. We'll catch Elliott as his tires wear a little more. We'll catch him in the next 10 or 12 laps.
Mark is 3rd at the moment. Hensley is 1st, then Bill Elliott. There is Mark Martin in 3rd position, and not too far behind him is Allen in 4th.
We saw just the nose of that Hooters Ford. There he is.
And here comes Hensley. John Kernan will report on Hensley's pit stop.
Bob Johnson and the crew preparing for Jimmy to come down. As we told you, it will be only a 2-tire change. Remember, they did that earlier in the race. Now, I clocked him, and after he did that, he was running only about 0.3 of a second slower than the cars that had changed for. He keeps the engine gun, 2nd can of fuel going in. The tires are changed. Now they're waiting. Hensley is away. 12.1 seconds, a very fast stop for 2 tires.
Very good pit stop, no doubt about it.
A good stop under the pressure the crew was put under, because they realized that it's up to them to get a good pit stop so we can go out and try to beat some other cars.
Very good point. There's pressure on the driver. There's also pressure on the pit crews in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. Back after this.
Okay, Neil, get your big A working, baby. Let's see what we're doing here. The 11 and the 6 and 7.
The leader and 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
And 7 or whichever.
Yeah.
Well, whichever.
They're right there together.
Oh, they're right there together. Yep.
Yep. That's the one.
Yeah. Well, Davy's in a real mess back there.
Yeah, there's 4 cars right there.
Yes, he's now 2nd.
Guys, Earnhardt's behind the wall again. The vibration came back and got worse, so they parked it for a while to try to work on it.
Okay,
the range it pours.
Yep.
He had moved up to 28.
Yep, picked up 5 positions.
Here, I don't think there's anybody out there that can pass him.
Okay. Around the world, around the year, with more than 1 million miles of award-winning auto racing coverage. Today, ESPN Speed World is at Pocano International Raceway in the beautiful mountains of northeast Pennsylvania for the Champion Sparkplug 500. And look at the tremendous crowd that's gathered here on this warm and humid Sunday afternoon to see some great racing. We have 23 laps to go in this race. The leader is Bill Elliott. And the 2nd place now belongs to Alan Kowicki, as he was able to pass Mark Martin a lap ago. Right behind Elliott is Kowicki and Martin. And here's how Alan got 2nd spot.
Coming off turn 1, going down the back straightaway, the Long Pond straightaway, gets under Mark Martin and just accelerates right by him. That Hooters Ford is definitely hooked up today.
We are above the track record in terms of speed here this afternoon once again. The average is 142.7 and the record is 142.5. We've been interrupted by only 3 caution periods this afternoon, and the only driver to make contact with the wall was Dale Jarrett, and he is still in the race?
Yeah, he's on pit road right now, but he's running about 24th.
We might mention that Dale Earnhardt has taken his GM Goodwrench Chevy behind the wall again, and it appears to be all over for him this afternoon. However, he did make up about 5 positions. He came back into the race after a lengthy pit stop in 33rd, and he's 28th right now, and Wally Dallenbach Jr. is slow in turn 3.
He made a pit stop just the last lap, and I guess whatever was. They didn't fix it because he's going back in the pits now. He was running in the 18th position in the Keystone Ford.
Here's a Napa Field summary. Now, when you see Wally Dallenbach come up in the serial scoring here, that's where he was last lap. And, of course, he's on pit road right now, relinquishing the positions. We have 11 cars on the lead lap with now 21 more laps to go.
Wow, that's a bunch of oil out of that car going in the pits. What in there?
Looked like
yeah, he was leaving a trail.
Yeah, he was. And you wonder if he left some on the racetrack somewhere, but
evidently not, or somebody would have crashed by now.
Yeah.
Here comes Elliott. There's Kowicki. He's gaining.
Oh yeah, he's gaining, no question about it. He's picking up every lap. Those two tires on the Budweiser Ford got him out front for a while, but he really has been, since Kowicki got by Martin, he's been mowing him down.
Closing now within 2 car lengths. Kowicki looking for the lead, but Bill Elliott, who comes into this race third in the point standings, 31 behind Davey Allison. Are you getting nervous with the points battle the way it is?
There's still a lot of the year left. Right now, the biggest thing we need to do is get like we were in the first part of the year. We've run pretty good the last couple of races. We've had a little bit of problem, though, you know, with a few things breaking, going wrong here and there. But that's a part of this business. You know, from this point on, we just need to make it all work for us, you know, and let some of these other guys have a little bit of trouble.
We can see just how much better Kowicki's car is handling, how much better it's gripping through the turns in Elliott's car, because he changed 4 tires and Elliott only changed 2, and there he goes, taking the lead.
Between Dave Marcus and Bill Elliott, Alan Kowicki reassumes command of this race on lap number 181.
Whoa, Elliott, where'd he come from?
Got a burst of speed down into turn 1, but I believe with those pressure tires that Kowicki will be able to pull away as we head up towards the tunnel turn.
There's Mark Martin, 3rd place, hanging in there. But Elliott has also kind of given Allen a run for his money here, but now Kowicki gets the car completely around the Budweiser Ford. In the tunnel turn, you got to back off for that monster.
Now let's see if Elliott's going to try to dive under him going in 3. No.
I think he's going to try to hold on to 2nd place.
Yeah, that's what he'd like to do.
Well, Kowicki will be given the 5 extra bonus points because he has led the most this afternoon. He's led 43. Mark Martin had led 41. We'll be back with more of the conclusion of the Champion Sparkplug 500. Let me see if I can get these right now. Let me get this straight. It's Quaker State and Bush and Payless. Okay. What do we have behind us? Anything live? Good. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. We hope you're enjoying today's live coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup racing from Pocano International Raceway, the Champion Sparkplug 500. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil. By Smooth Busch Beer and Easy Drinkin' Busch Light. And by Payless Shoe Source. Who'd have guessed? Payless. Let's take a look at the top 5 with 16 laps to go. It's Alan Kowicki leading. Bill Elliott running in 2nd position. 3rd is Mark Martin. In 4th position, the pole sitter, Ken Schrader. And 5th is Davey Allison, the current Winston Cup points leader. We'll take another break and be right back with more live action.
Yes, we have a caution.
BP begrudgingly.
Yeah, I'll stand by with Frank. They're going to push Earnhardt back to the garage area. He's through. Apparently the harmonic balancer came off again. It's just vibrating too bad. They just can't take it apart, so they're going to park it. Yeah, yeah, he's a nice guy. Let's interview Frank.
Who is it?
Frank Edwards, are you talking about? Yeah. No. Yeah.
Who's the mechanic of the race?
Was it Frank Edwards, Jerry? Oh, Allen's about lost it. Kawicki lost it.
We are back at Pocano, and Alan Kawicki slipped a little bit in the tunnel turn, and he's getting passed by both Elliott and Mark Martin. What happened?
He started in on the outside of James Hilton. That's the slower car that you see around the right of the screen. He got in the loose stuff and almost hit the wall and let both those cars go by him.
So Alan Kawicki, who was pulling away and becoming a dominant force in this race, now suddenly drops to third, but hey, this race isn't over yet.
Whoa! He'll come right back up there, and that car is good enough that I think he'll reassume the lead.
And Dale Earnhardt now is officially behind the wall as the GM Goodwrench Chevrolet retires for the day in 28th position. Now, let's take a look at what happened in the tunnel turn last lap when Kawicki got out of shape.
Here he is. He's going down the straightaway. James Hilton is going to be a slower car going in the tunnel corner. Okay? Come on, James, where are you? Come on. Here Kawicki goes in the corner. Now Hilton is right in front of him. Kawicki has to move up to go by. He gets in the loose stuff and almost loses. See him get sideways?
Oh, yeah.
Almost got in the fence, and here comes Elliott and Martin. If we'd let it, there goes Elliott. And trust me, Martin's back there.
And he'll come by as well. And that was not James Hilton's fault. He was down on the inside of the racetrack, and Allen just went in there a little too fast, a little too high, lost it. John Kernan.
Well, Ned, Allen has talked with Paul Andrews, and apparently they think maybe James didn't give Allen enough room or whatever the case is, because Paul was not a happy man just a few moments ago. In fact, he went over and talked to the NASCAR official assigned to his pit to complain about that slower lap car not getting out of the way and giving Allen enough room.
Well, Kawicki has yet to reassume the lead as Bill Elliott holds him off.
And he's running out of time. I hate to mention that, guys, but
yeah, there's
13 laps to go.
A little over 12 to go.
Okay, now when he passed Elliott before, he had much fresher tires. Has that sort of equalized now after they've run this period of time? And Allen certainly used up some tires over there when he made that slip.
Good point. Here he comes. Can he get on the inside and go by? Let's see.
Yep, at that time.
That time.
Not going to make a run for it. They run down the straightaway, nose to tail. First, second, and third. 3 Fords, Elliott, Kawicki, Martin.
Well, you know, the Chevrolet, they're General Motors cars, not all Chevrolets, had sort of taken control when Earnhardt won at Charlotte. And then, of course, again at Dover, Delaware, and last week Ernie Irvan out of Sears Point. So General Motors cars had won 3 in a row, but now the Fords are coming back, it looks like.
Kawicki still trying to get into first after a problem in turn 2. How do the 3 turns here at Pocano compare with the other tracks, Alan?
These are probably the fastest flat turns that we run on the circuit. There's other racetracks where we run this faster, but the turns are always banked. There's no other place we go to where you enter a turn as flat as this or as tight a radius at the end of this long a straightaway.
189 laps completed, 11 more to go, and Elliott holds on to the lead, looking for his 5th win of the 1992 season.
Elliott got the car a little bit loose that time, but Kawicki had chosen not to pass him on the inside, and while Elliott was chasing the car up the hill, Kawicki could not take advantage because he was following Elliott up there.
They passed Darrell Waltrip going into that turn there. You can see Darrell coming up. Darrell's in 11th place. Now there are only 10 cars on the lead lap. Darrell seems maybe to have lost a cylinder or something. This car is not running very steamy down the straightaway.
Yeah, looks like he's off his lane.
The defending champion of this race in 11th position, Darrell Waltrip. Boy, We're set up for a great finish here.
Here comes Allen on the inside.
Kulwicki may get him going into turn number 3. He has the inside line, and yes, but Elliott battles back on the outside.
Now who's Mark Martin going to pick to help? It's a drafting deal. Who are you going to go?
Oh, and Martin almost loses it coming off the 3rd turn.
I'll tell you, that Bug Roger Ford has some power down the straightaway, fellas.
He really does.
Look at him.
What's he going to do? Who's going to win this race in the corner?
Mark don't know who to follow.
Kulwicki will make it to turn 1 first.
I think he'll win the race off the corner. Kulwicki.
Because he's shifting. He's in a one-to-one situation. He's got about 200 RPM advantage over that 11 car. Now, here comes the 6. Can he get by the 11?
Mark Martin alongside Elliott, headed for the tunnel turn. Yes, he's got 2nd spot.
That's the best thing that could happen for Kulwicki. Them race a little bit back there. That let him pull away and get a little bit of a lead again.
Mark Martin started 4th, has moved to 2nd, and Alan Kulwicki has reassumed command of this event from the 7th starting position. We'll be right back. Well, who is it?
No, chassis specialist, yeah. Frank Edwards, yeah, for the pole-sitting car.
Okay.
So I'll get Brad to shoot it, then I'll break for victory lane. Hey, Brad.
Good move on that 11 car. Good stop on it. Man, what a move. Put them out of a race for 4th and put them in a solid 3rd. Race for 5th.
There are 8 laps to go in the Champion Spark Plug 500, and Alan Kulwicki is in front. Mark Martin is running 2nd, and Bill Elliott is 3rd. Our Western Auto Mechanic of the Race Award goes to Frank Edwards, the chassis specialist for the number 25 pole-sitting car of Ken Schrader.
To all you folks up around South Hill, Virginia, stand up and cheer for Frank Edwards.
I tell you, he's a super nice guy.
And one of the hardest working men in NASCAR racing.
Let me correct something I said just before the break. Alan Kulwicki did not start 7th. He started in 6th position and has the lead. As the race winds down here, we're going to show you another Napa Field summary, where everybody was running last trip around the track.
We saw Davey Allison back in 5th. That pit stop took him out of the race for the lead when the car fell off the jack. Last pit stop.
10 cars still in the lead lap.
Derry Cope has had a good run in 13th position. There is Harry Gant, who you will see show up in 20th position here in a while, and he is very slow on the racetrack. There's Derry Cope's later in-car camera.
There's the 66 car, the Phillips 66 car. Jimmy Hensley, great run for him this afternoon. Where's he now, Bob?
He's 9th.
Yep. Still in the lead lap, right?
Yep.
There it is. We've got 10 cars on the lead lap.
Kulwicki has now, as he comes down, 6 more laps to go, but might he have a flat tire, John?
That's what he has radioed in to Paul Andrews. The crew looks him over closely. They're shaking their head. They think it looks all right. Perhaps it's just nerve. Perhaps the car's still just a little bit tight on Allen and not doing what he wants. But they've got 2 tires up on pit wall right now. They've got the air wrenches in their hands, the jacks ready, and the signboard ready, just in case Allen has to duck onto pit road. But right now, he's going to stay out there to see what happens.
Mark Martin is closing in on him. That interval is shrinking between 1st and 2nd.
It sure is. It sure is.
Here are the top 5 in points and where they're running. Allison 5th, Earnhardt out of the race. We'll finish in around 28th position. Elliott. Gant is in the pits, although he is listed in 20th position, and of course Kowicki is the leader.
And about to go behind the wall into the garage area, Harry Gant is.
So this will put Earnhardt probably back in 5th place in the Winston Cup point standings.
And 5 more laps to go for Kowicki.
Martin hasn't gained the last lap.
Nope.
Gaining the last lap, so I don't know. Those tires are up.
Yep, those two look okay, the left side.
Tell you what, if I looked up my rearview mirror and saw a car that close, I think something was wrong too. As hard as he's driven all day.
Alan Kowicki, should he win today's race, will register his 5th NASCAR Winston Cup career victory.
And his 2nd of the year, which will almost assure him, when he won his first race at Bristol this year, put him on the winner circle program. And if he wins here today, it'll most likely put him on the winner circle program for 1993.
Now the slow car, that's what Kowicki's nemesis a little bit ago, but this time he's able to get by. Well, he's going by Mike Potter. I thought he was going to catch him back in the corner.
Well, he ran over there and drafted him for just a moment, Benny, just to pick up any little bit that he could get on that straightaway, and then moved around him before he got him.
You'll recall that Kowicki won his first Winston Cup race in his 85th start at Phoenix International Raceway. He was the 86 Winston Cup Rookie of the Year. And as Ned mentioned, he has already won this year on the high banks of Bristol.
Well, that crew's sweating a little bit down there now, and I don't blame them.
They are.
I tell you, it's nail-biting time.
Let's see if that interval, it's definitely widening now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's pulling away a little bit now.
Kowicki has a bit of breathing room here over 2nd place Mark Martin.
Kowicki's having trouble getting through that tunnel corner. Still having trouble getting through the tunnel corner. That time there was no one around and he had some problems.
Well, he's only got to do it 3 more times.
Okay.
There's 3rd place Bill Elliott.
I don't think it's going to be over none too soon for Mr. Kowicki.
4th is Schrader and 5th is Davey Allison. Kowicki came into this race 83 points behind in the quest for the Cup. 83 behind Davey Allison in 5th position.
Well, we know that he's already gained 5.
Yep.
That's by leading the most laps. And so that cuts it down to 78. And if they finish where they're at, that's 20 more points. So that would cut him down to 58.
So if all you Hooters restaurants around the country are tuned in now on your TVs watching this, congratulations.
Yeah, let's hear a big cheer from everybody when he crosses the line. He's got 2 more laps to go. He comes off of turn number 3, completing lap number 198. Alan Kowicki headed for victory in the Champion Spark Plug 500.
And Mark Martin is pulled away from Bill Elliott.
There's James Hildy's going by again down in turn 1, but this time he cleared it before he got to the corner.
This is the first time that James Hilton has run until the end of the race in a long time, as far as I can remember. He's in 27th position.
Well, he told me this morning he was going to run it as long as it would hang together. It looks like it's going to hang together.
Mark Martin in 2nd. I think the crew has pretty much decided not to change tires on this car, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. They probably eased up a little bit. They held their breath.
There he is. He's put the jack down.
Here's another lap car. He's taking it much easier going around this car, fellas.
That's Jerry O'Neill, and here comes from Doyle Ford the white flag for Alan Kowicki. 1 more lap to go on this 2.5-mile tri-oval at Pocano.
There's the 2nd place car, Mark Martin, the guy with the blue hood. Bill Elliott, the Doug Ford, still in the picture. So he can't miss a beat. He has to run on 8 cylinders and not have any flat tires if he's going to win this baby.
Yep, it isn't over yet. But he has about a half a lap to go now as Mark Martin continues his pursuit.
Well, they fought back.
Yeah, they have. They got down and they fought back, and they've come as close as they can without winning.
Just looks to me like Kowicki's having all kinds of problems over that front corner here.
Let's see how he negotiates it for the final time this afternoon. The crowd is on its feet at Pocano. Here comes Kowicki off of turn number 4. The hats are waving. Alan Kowicki takes the checkered flag and wins the Champion Spark Plug 500. His second win of 92 and his 5th career victory. And the margin of victory was 2.4 seconds over Mark Martin.
Let's give a round of applause to the crew, because they're the guys. He lost 2 race cars in Dover 2 weeks ago, and they fought back, and here they are in victory circle. Way to go, guys.
Here's John Kernan.
Paul, you guys did a great job today. You had that big smile this morning in the garage here. I guess a short track car is the way to go here at Pocano.
Well, you know, it's a short track car, but Pocano's a lot like a short track in some ways. It's got a long straightaway, which we've done that transmission, which I made up for that. I mean, it's a good running car. Alan drove a great race. Yesterday and last practice, the car was running great. You know, all the guys done a super job all day today, and, you know, we deserved this thing, and we ran hard. We ran good all day.
What about the nerves there at the end whenever he radioed in and thought he had a tire going down?
Oh, yeah, that had me worried, and had him worried too, you know, but, you know, he done the right thing by just taking another lap and making sure it was okay.
That's Paul Andrews, winning crew chief for Alan Kowicki and the crew. A happy crew, big smile on their faces, headed up to victory lane.
And our congratulations to Alan and all the Hooters crew for a great run this afternoon. They're the top 5. Back after this. Okay, all righty. Neil and Fred owe you money.
Who's Fred?
Reinstein.
Reinstein owe? Yes.
Back at Pocano International Raceway in Pennsylvania, where the Champion Sparkplug 500 has been won by Alan Kowicki. And he emerges from his car in victory lane, and the thousands of race fans gathered here stand and applaud and salute him. And our Kodak Gold Winner's Circle interviewer is Jerry Punch.
And in Kodak victory lane, what a pretty picture here. Alan Kowicki and Alan, the crowd was going nuts. A popular win for you. Congratulations.
You know, I had to work for it a little harder than I wanted to there. You know, we just ran a real deliberate race, and I think we had the best car in a long run. And I knew that, you know, Bill tried a little different strategy, and that was his only shot to win. And we were just a little better than him and Mark. And there's one lap car out there gave me a really hard time, almost cost me the race there. And just like I didn't crash, I went out to go around him and got in the marbles a little bit. And, you know, the guys on the crew, Paul just told me, calm down, you'll get them back. There's enough time here. And my crew really did a good job. I'll tell you, this team's really coming on. Paul Andrews and Danny Glad and all the guys in the engine shop, Gary and Ronnie and Randy, all the guys. You know, this car's been finishing every week, and I got to thank my sponsors, Hooters Restaurant, Naturally Fresh Salad Dressings, Classic Mixers, and Ford Motor Company. The tires are really good today. This is, you know, yesterday we practiced 1 second faster than we have ever practiced here before, and they adjusted the stagger a little bit, and didn't have any flats. The tires worked great all day, and I'm looking forward to coming back here again in a month.
Now, a handful of laps to go. We understand you radioed in it. You thought you might have a tire going down.
Well, I hit something in the tunnel turn. I don't know if it was something off another car or a big chunk of asphalt, but I hit it, and the front end just skated towards the wall, and I thought, man, what else is going to happen next here? And I was just scared for a second there, and I just told them to be ready. But I ran another lap, and the car was okay. And good as we were, we still kept adjusting on it a little bit all day long, and you know, we were really good. Maybe we'll come back here and be just that much better next time, but crew did a great job. We had good pit stops all day. I think I was a little bit conservative getting in and out of the pits after last week. I was a little gun shy about the speed limit. It might have cost me just a little bit of time, but they had good pit stops. I'll tell you, they're doing a great job preparing the car.
Alan Kulwicki picks up win number 2 in 1992, gets the lion's share of almost $700,000 in purse money in the Champion Sparkplug 500. Bob?
And he's right. He will have an opportunity to repeat his win here in just a little over a month when the NASCAR Winston Cup Series returns to Pocono for its second race of the year. Back in a moment.
I swear I thought James was right down on the inside of that racetrack that they're going in that turn. Maybe I seen it wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, Alan may have misjudged it or something. He may have been going a little faster and James a little slower than he thought and misjudged it. But who we got now?
We noticed it.
We're back at Pocono International Raceway where the Champion Sparkplug 500 has been completed. Alan Kulwicki was the winner. Mark Martin finishing second and Bill Elliott third. Here's John Kernan.
Well, for the second week in a row, we're down here in the garage area talking to Mark after a race. Mark gave it a great shot. You guys came back today. Just an amazing effort. How did you do it?
I don't know. We ran really hard. We got the cautions when we needed them. We had we had several 19-second pit stops in the second half of the race. I don't think we've done that all year, so the guys really got it together after halfway, and we were just stomping hard as we could stomp.
What did Steve Neal tell you after you drug him down the pit road a little bit?
Nothing. Come back.
Come back. Okay, Bill Elliott has also made his way down to the garage area. Bill, you guys kind of made a daring move there, team. When everyone else took on 4 tires, you took on only 2, and it really helped you gain some track position.
Well, you know, Tam said, what do you want to do? And I said, whatever, just go for it. Because, you know, we were in a possession. We didn't have nothing to lose. And you know, the Budweiser Ford ran good, and I was just, shoot, I'm taking a little bit to want to come back.
That's Bill Elliott. We're going to let him go sit in his truck. Jerry says that he's very tired and like to sit down. I understand you caught up with Davey Allison.
Yes, we have caught up with our point leader, and what a day, Davey. I mean, the gremlins came out early. People were thinking you might have a transmission problem. First of all, it flew out of gear, right?
Well, we did. We had some trouble with the thing kicking out of high gear, and it did it once going into turn 2 and did it again over here going into turn 1 when Alan was right behind me one time. So even though I had a bungee cord in the car, I had to be real careful, and I had to hold it in gear when I'd roll off the throttle just to make sure. So I drove most of the race with one hand. But, you know, overall, it was a good day. We lost a little time when the car fell off the jack in the pits on that last stop. And that was a tough break for us, but we're happy. We're back in form the way we ought to be running. We're racing. We got a new car. It's a good car, and we're looking forward to going to Michigan next week.
The current Winston Cup points leader still atop the points, Davey Allison.
And the fans continue to hang around and celebrate the great racing that we have seen here this afternoon with Alan Kulwicki, the winner of the Champion Spark Plug 500. We'll be right back. Okay. Okay. You know, it's lucky though that he did know that the lug nuts were off instead of pulling away and losing them over there between the first and second turns.
Yeah. But his expression, he was so strong.
Nothing.
Nothing. Come back. Oh, Mark, you're priceless. He run hard today. Boy, did he work hard today.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Ken Schrader.
The race was run at a new track record, 144.039 miles an hour. We were only interrupted 3 times by caution flags. Now, John Kernan is with a guy that's got to be really happy about today's performance, Jimmy Hensley.
Yeah, Bob, Jimmy is very, very happy after a 9th place performance. First time here on the big track. Did you surprise yourself with the way you were able to drive out there and keep up with the big guns?
Well, I thought yesterday in practice, you know, we ran pretty decent, and Bob Johnson had the car set up good today, and the crew just did a super job. It was just a good day for the Phillips Trop Arctic 6.6 Ford. The team, and they did super, and you know, halfway did my job, and we come up with a top 10 finish. So, you know, it's what we're looking for, just run good and be consistent, getting top 10, 12 cars, and you know, one of these days we'll just move up a little more. So that's how we're looking at it.
There's Jimmy Hensley, who told me yesterday that he feels now like a Winston Cup driver. He doesn't feel so much like a Busch Grand National driver on the Winston Cup circuit. Jerry Punch is across the garage area with Ken Schrader.
Actually, we're with Kenny and Dorothy Schrader. That's Dorothy in the middle, and Kenny on the right of your screen. Kenny, an example of courage today. I know you're pretty uncomfortable right now, but congratulations, the only Chevrolet in the top 10.
Yeah, but we was fourth. It's the only problem with that. I guess we was first in class, but we're going to have to go to shift, and the 7, the 6, and 28. 28 had a little trouble there, but they were top 3, and they were all shifting. Bill and I were about the same, and he got us on a pit stop, a 2-tire deal, and going to have to shift to win this race in July.
Now, surgery after Michigan next week. Will you be in Daytona July 4th?
Yeah, we won't have any problem there. We'll be ready to go.
Kenny Schrader, a gallon effort today. The Kodiak Chevrolet finishing 4th, and all day long, folks, he was hurting, but he didn't miss a beat.
Great run by Ken Schrader. We're going to be on until 4:30 Eastern Time, ladies and gentlemen, so stay tuned. We'll have the complete field rundown and show you how the Winston Cup points stack out after this race. Yeah, that's right. Greg, we will be departing very quickly after we get off the air. NASCAR year in review. As in 91. Yeah, unless we've done a mid-season, and I don't think we have. Okay. 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 Well, here's the complete unofficial field rundown for you. Kulwicki was the winner. Mark Martin finishing 2nd. Bill Elliott was 3rd. The pole sitter Ken Schrader finished 4th, and Davey Allison was in 5th position.
Kyle Petty back in 6th. Sterling Marlin, good run for him in 7th. Brett Bodine and Jimmy Hensley. Can't say enough about Hensley. Terry Labonte in 10th.
Of course, those 10 cars in the lead lap, 11th through 15th. Greg Sachs, Derek Koch, Darrell Waltrip dropped off the pace there near the end. Jeff Bodine coming home 14th, and Michael Waltrip in the 15th position.
Richard Petty, the king, was 16th, followed by Hamilton, Marcus, Ernie Irvin, who was an early leader, and Mike Potter finishing 20th.
Irvin had all kinds of problems, as did Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett, 22nd and 24th, and Morgan Shepard, outside pole sitter, back in 25th.
And 26th through 30th, James Hilton, Wally Dallenbach, Dale Earnhardt, Dick Trickle, and Rick Mast.
So we see Earnhardt picked up 5 spots by going back on the racetrack.
Yep, it paid off for him. He picked up a few more points by doing so.
Hut Strickland, bad day for him and Ricky Rudd. Bad day for Ricky.
Now let's take a look at the point standings. As we enter race number 14 of the season, Davey Allison remains on top. Elliott is 2nd. Kowicki moves from 5th to 3rd in the point standings today. Harry Gant will stay in 4th, and Dale Earnhardt falls from 2nd to 5th. And so a completely new complexion on the point standings. There's 6 through 10. Terry Labonte is 6th. Then Mark Martin, Morgan Shepard, Jeff Bodine, and Ernie Irvin, and Jerry Punch is with Labonte.
Well, a great season in 1992 continues for Terry Labonte and the Sunoco efforts. Terry, a top 10 finish today.
Well, I tell you, yesterday we kind of knew we were in trouble, but our Sunoco team hung in there today. We knew we were off a little bit, but we just got all we could get. So we finished 10th. We'll just try to be better next time we come back here.
Remind you that championship season back in the early 80s, you just keep plugging away, getting those good finishes?
Well, you know, really, this was, I think, the first bad race that we've really had in a long time. So, yeah, it does a little bit in a way.
This Billy Hagan team, don't count them out, folks. Labonte can make that charge late in the year and be a factor for the championship. Bob?
Terry Labonte finishing in 10th position and 6th in the point standings. And we will be back to wrap it up here at Pocono in just a moment. Alan Kowicki wins the Champion Sparkplug 500. Am I going to have to do JIPs? Oh, man. I know, but every moment is valuable.
The problem is everybody else is getting out a half hour early.
Yeah, we're all right, though. Okay. All right. I don't need to know that much, actually.
May I have your attention, please? The parents of Paul Manifico, please meet your son at the first aid station behind gate 9. The parents of Paul Manifico, please meet your son at the first aid station behind gate 9.
Okay. Huge crowd here at Pocono begins to file out now. They've seen some great racing this afternoon, and they've seen another victory by Alan Kowicki. And John Kernan is with Kyle Petty, who finished 6th.
Well, Kyle was wanting to change his uniform, but I made him put it back on. Kyle, a great effort for you guys today.
Yeah, you know, I tell you, I can't say enough about the Mellow Yellow Pontiac team. You know, we run really good all day. We run good from the beginning. I got in the wrong lane on the first lap and lost 4 or 5 positions, but John Wilson built a strong motor, and Robin and those guys had a setup that was just really, really good. So it worked good for us today.
Now, on the more serious side, Benny would like to know when you're going to get a haircut.
Last time I got a haircut, and I don't care who knows it, I'll tell everybody out there, last time I got a haircut, I went to Talladega and broke my leg, and I missed 12 or 13 races. So I'm not getting a haircut. In 3 years, you'll come back here, and I'm going to have it braided and right down around my belt line somewhere.
Sounds like a good enough reason to me. Bob?
Congratulations to Kyle Petty for his 6th place finish this afternoon.
He told me that story down in Charlotte. I didn't think he would have guts enough to tell it on TV, but
He did.
I underestimated Kyle Petty once again.
That's right. Well, coming up tonight here on ESPN at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, Sunday Night Baseball featuring a National League West confrontation between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds. That's at 8 o'clock tonight.
Have you checked those Braves lately? Man, they're coming.
The Reds are in charge. The Grand Prix of Canada is at midnight tonight Eastern Time as Nigel Mansell goes for another win, but Ayrton Senna looking for his second in a row after his victory at Monaco. Our next Winston Cup telecast will be at Daytona for the Pepsi 400 on July the 4th with a live Richard Petty special at 10:30 in the morning with the race beginning at 11 o'clock. We hope you can join us for that. Here's Jerry Punch with Sterling Marlin.
Well, from 19 starting spot all the way to a top 10 finish, Sterling, pretty good afternoon for you.
Yeah, it was. The max pass forward run good. Was real good early, and we got a little tight and loosened it up and got a little too loose and got it back too tight again. And the crew done an excellent job. And young boys built a sure enough stunt pulling motor in that thing. It really run. And the car drove good early. We just got too tight and too loose. And we're enthused. We had a little tough luck on and off all year, and maybe it's just turning around.
I think there'll be more shifting when they come back next month. I mean, Kowicki shifted. Everyone said they just couldn't stay with him.
Well, I don't know. You know, me and Mark run together there a little while, and we had on the same tires, and we was pretty much even. And you know, he shifted and I didn't, and I don't know. It's you know, some of them took them out this morning, some put them in, so we'll see when we come back.
I'm sure there'll be some rethinking of the strategy next month when they come back to Pocono International Raceway. Sterling Marlin, a very competitive 7th place finish today.
And we will be back here at Pocono in just a little more than a month, and let's hope the race is as exciting then as it was today.
Well, it certainly was an interesting race all the way through, Bob, and we look forward to the next one.
And I want to see Sterling Marlin, that stunt pulling motor, when we come back here in July. You heard him say it's a stunt pulling motor he had today?
That's right. Alan Kowicki has won this race here this afternoon at Pocono International Raceway. And again, our next Winston Cup telecast will be on Saturday morning, July 4th, for the Pepsi 400 from Daytona International Speedway. My thanks to Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Jerry Punch for their help for the telecast this afternoon. We'll see you next Saturday night on Speed Week at 7:30. For now, this is Bob Jenkins with congratulations to Alan Kowicki. Thanks for joining us. So long, everyone. Can I go? JIPs, you're rolling. Here we go. Everyone's released but me, or am I released too? Okay, you ready? Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ned. Thanks, BP. Almost missed. Stunt pulling motor. Okay, Connecticut, are you rolling here for JIPs? Okay. You're watching highlights from the Champion Sparkplug 500 Winston Cup race from Pocano International Raceway in Pennsylvania. Let's now rejoin our coverage. From Pocano International Raceway near Long Pond, Pennsylvania, you're watching highlights from the Champion Sparkplug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. Let's now move ahead in our coverage. We hope you're enjoying our highlights from the Champion Sparkplug 500, the 13th stop on the NASCAR Winston Cup Series for 1992. Let's move ahead now in our coverage. I'm Bob Jenkins with Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch at Pocano International Raceway in Pennsylvania. You're watching highlights of the Champion Sparkplug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. Let's move ahead now in our coverage. Thank you. Drive safely. Please do. Thanks.